money, and time. They would have you believe that the change that is required to make this happen is too difficult, and it would be better if we repair and rebuild as best we can, and hope and pray that we do not get hit by another storm or hurricane. However, that is not the philosophy of the men and women in our government who lived through the catastrophe that was Hurricane Maria and the calamitous days and months that followed. Under the astute leadership of Prime Minister Skerrit, this government came out of that frightening and humbling experience with a singular resolve that we had to do things differently. We could not return to a business as usual scenario. We know that what we are setting out to do will be difficult. At times, it may even appear impossible. It will challenge us in a way very few things have in the past, to raise our standards and change the way in which we operate. But we are confident that we will rise to this challenge. And what better time to hit that reset button and take on this task than in the 40th year of our independence. In the words of the American writer and public speaker William Arthur Ward, I quote, "Adversity causes some men to break, others to break records," end quote. The adversity of Hurricane Maria and climate change will not cause Dominica to break. Instead, we will use it to cause Dominica to set a new record, and that record will be to become the first climate resilient country in the world. Madam Speaker, honorable members, it is with an immense sense of satisfaction and anticipation that I recommend to this honorable House for adoption this bill to provide the establishment of climate resilient execution agency for Dominica. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The bill is now before the House for debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the bill before the House entitled Climate Resilience Act. Madam Speaker, I see this measure as one calculated to up organizational structure for rehabilitation and reconstruction post-Hurricane Maria. Looking through the bill, and we try to put the structure into perspective, we see a climate resilient policy board of 7 members, chaired by the Prime Minister. That will be part 2 of the bill. Directing a climate resilient executing agency headed by a chief executive officer, part 3 of the bill. Between this board and the executing agency is a cabinet secretary, which I'm not too sure we'll see what precisely the function of that office. We then have a CREED Executive Management Committee, Section 12, directing CREED. We have a CREED Supervisory Committee, directing an Executive Management Committee. We have an Audit Risk Committee under a CREED Supervisory Committee. And somewhere on the side of CREED, we have a Parliamentary Committee, Oversight Committee. Madam Speaker, my question is, why such an elaborate structure to undertake rehabilitation and reconstruction post-Hurricane Maria in a country of 70,000 people? Madam Speaker, we believe that with a cabinet of 19 ministers and a container of advisors, that which they could not do, when you look at the responsibilities of CREED under Part 3, which I will go further into later, that which they could not achieve in 18 years, yet they expect an agency to achieve between 4 and 5 years. Unbelievable. Madam Speaker, reconstruction in Dominica post-hurricane, a major disaster, is not new to us. 1979, Hurricane David was almost as intense as Hurricane Maria. The population was near 70,000 people. And the organizational structure put in place for rehabilitation and reconstruction went like this. A cabinet of ministers, of only 11 ministers, directing strategy and policy and overseeing execution. Line ministers and ministries, executing programs and projects and formulating policy. Madam Speaker, the financial arrangement that was in place for this post-Hurricane David structure was through the Consolidated Fund. And the international community found the management of the government financial structures internationally acceptable. And therefore, all funds went through the Consolidated Fund. Right here under this system, we see a new account, a separate account being established for the purpose of executing these projects with no clarity as to who or what is in control of this account, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under the model of 1979, there was tremendous achievement in agriculture, housing, resilient reconstruction, because, Madam Speaker, throughout Dominica, including myself, with technicians and technocrats going around the place, teaching and explaining how to build. It is because we became complacent after Hurricane Maria, years after, where our design was more concentrating on form, how nice the building looked, rather than how strong it is, that we suffered, partly suffered so much damage, Madam Speaker. Engineering works was extensive. There were new moves in energy, the rural electrification program. The whole of the East Coast was electrified under the model. Health, primary health care was the envy of the Caribbean and of the world under the head of Clarissa Etienne. And the economy moved and moved and moved, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it begs the question, why this elaborate structure, which to many is a parallel government and a parallel cabinet, to answer the needs of post-Hurricane Maria reconstruction for 60,000 to 70,000 people? The answer, Madam Speaker, I suggest will come clear later in my presentation. Madam Speaker, let me first thank the international community for their contribution to Dominica in recovery and their expressed intention to provide technical and financial assistance for reconstruction post-Hurricane Maria. We are aware that there are many countries competing for the resources throughout the world and in the Caribbean, particularly in this age of climate change. So therefore, if we are getting that assistance, we must put systems in place to accept it. But however, the systems must be one that is manageable, realistic, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I find the institutional arrangement being proposed rather intrusive and unusual. However, Madam Speaker, any objective person looking at the arrangements will probably understand why. I suggest that the system that is now put in place is because of the following reasons. One, a prolonged weakness in the governance structure presently obtained in Dominica, Madam Speaker. Such concerns include, but not limited to, incompetence of the political directorate, marginalization of state institutions. For example, places like physical planning. The institutions set up to manage development, the marginalization of these institutions. The presence of so many failed projects financed by international agencies, Madam Speaker. Moroccan Hotel, The only guest after so many years of mosquitoes and sandflies. Castlebrooke's irrigation system, Madam Speaker, millions of dollars from the European Union. The only use it has now is Capi, cod Capi. Abandoned, Madam Speaker. And I could go on and on, identifying internationally financed projects that under this administration that is just lying there. Any responsible international finance agency would not put their money in the hands of the government directly through our consolidated fund, Madam Speaker. There is also the politicization of the delivery of public assistance. Serious issues after Hurricane Maria, we all know about it. And a diminishing level of transparency
Just one
and
minute.
accountability.
Just 1 minute.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
You're familiar with the expression imputing improper motive, are you?
Yes, I am, Madam Speaker.
You're pretty close to it now, so I'm asking you to be on your guard.
Thank you for your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Good.
Madam Speaker, let me say clearly, I support the initiative and the desire of the government to build resiliently after Hurricane Maria or any after any disaster. However, the focus should be a strategy beyond resilience. We on this side of the House advocate and will instead pursue a more comprehensive strategy, one that is ultimately result in Dominica being the only nature island in the world, Madam Speaker. A strategy that recognizes sustainable development principles, implementing development decisions that are in harmony with nature, putting the welfare of the people, both present and future generations, in the center of all development decisions making. And, Madam Speaker, adopting with urgency internationally endorsed measures to mitigate against climate change, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I said, post-Hurricane David, we know, and I detailed the achievements that were done, we saw after that disaster, Madam Speaker. The bill before us, Madam Speaker, proposes a climate resilience board of 7, chaired by the Prime Minister, who is also chairman of cabinet, who is also Minister of Finance. But it is silent as to the expertise of the persons who are supposed to be on that board, Madam Speaker. Based on past performance of the Honorable Prime Minister, in terms of assigning portfolios relative to expertise in his cabinet, I do not believe I can trust the judgment of the Prime Minister to ensure that competent persons are on that board, Madam Speaker. Also, Madam Speaker, the bill is silent as to the participation of the private sector, civil society, at that policy decision-making level, Madam Speaker. On that board, it is silent as to what role they will play. Yes, there will be consultation referred to by CREED, but on the board, where the policies are made, it's absolutely silent, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the responsibility and a spirit of national unity and consensus, I would urge that in the Prime Minister identifying persons to sit on the board, that they include the private sector and civil society as much as possible, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also, the key functions of the board, when you look at it, is to approve the climate resilient plan, overall plan, 4-year operational plan, the annual budget, etc., and annual for CREED. Yet, Madam Speaker, it is most importantly, the committee or the board is to advise government. It lacks good governance principles. How can we have the Prime Minister, who is chairman of the board, on a board, chairing a board that it has to advise the cabinet? Madam Speaker, there is the risk of preempting decisions of cabinet. In other words, when matters are referred by CREED board to cabinet, the likelihood of it passing or being debated is very unlikely. It's already coming from the chairman of cabinet, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is also compromising the expertise of trained people in that cabinet. because they'll be hesitant to discuss and debate, Madam Speaker, because the decision has already been taken by someone who chairs the cabinet, Madam Speaker. I would like to strongly suggest that the chairman of the board be the minister responsible for creed. Because in the legislation, there is no role. In fact, there's a total disappearance of the minister of creed. I hope, Madam Speaker, that it is not because he has not shown political resilience. So, Madam Speaker, with a parallel cabinet of 9 acting as the board of creed, what is left for the 19 ministers to do? Underemployment. They will be underemployed, Madam Speaker, and they are already underemployed. And to take them and right now set up a parallel cabinet, and you still have a cabinet of 19 ministers, some of them should be made redundant. Some of them should be made redundant, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bill proceeds to give functions to the cabinet secretary, and it's at section 7 there, Madam Speaker. And I can only ask, it begs the question, how can a cabinet secretary, who is the secretary to a cabinet of 19 ministers, who is also an ambassador, still be underemployed? To the extent that he can be given the responsibilities assigned to it under this bill, Madam Speaker. I strongly suggest that a member of cabinet be made executive secretary to that board, and they will be the one coordinating. If it's serious about coordinating between the board and the line ministries, that he or she would be responsible for that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another very strong advantage of the 1979 post-Hurricane David model is the fact that it developed capacity within the various line ministries, because professionals were placed within the ministries. There was training for expertise and in project preparation and so forth. There were appointments of chief technical officers, and they developed a cadre of professionals, Madam Speaker, that could pursue and continue government program. Creed is only for 4 or 5 years. When Creed disappears, what happens, Madam Speaker? My suggestion and recommendation is that the chief executive officer of Creed be allowed to identify to the profession in Creed. And therefore, they in turn will be back and in the ministries so that they can develop that capacity and continuity that's necessary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we go to, you'll have time respond, you'll have time deliver. When we go to the responsibilities of Creed, which is sections 9 to 8, 9A to Q, a whole list of functions. The majority of those functions, Madam Speaker, are presently undertaken by line ministries or agencies: physical planning, forestry division, economic planning unit, environmental health, Madam Speaker. The question is, will Creed authorities supersede all of those existing agencies? We need clarity on that in the bill. It's not clarified there. It says what they will do and what they will tell the ministries, but there's no clarity in there, Madam Speaker. Will some existing laws, for example, the planning laws, be repealed, or will it be amended so that Creed can undertake those responsibilities, Madam Speaker? And most importantly, why Creed's projects in terms of tendering is exempted from the provisions of the Procurement Act and Contract Administration Act, Madam Speaker? It's almost 12 months after Hurricane Maria. Where is the emergency? That Creed should be exempted from the provisions of that act as far as it deals with these issues, Madam Speaker, in terms of procurement, Madam Speaker. Why? And I see the Attorney General laughing. I would also like, when the Attorney General presents, if he could clarify, I am not in law, I have no knowledge of that, what he says, Creed will be a body corporate. The question is, Do we have articles of corporation? Are these articles are registered? I would hope that the Attorney General can clarify these issues, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another important consideration as to creed, objectives of creed, is the question of the duration of the 5 years, 5-year term. How can we, Madam Speaker, setting up an agency like this, in the age of climate change, in the age when we know we all admit the frequency of these disasters, yet we can determine and set up only 4 to 5 years for the lifespan of the agency. Madam Speaker, we are told that this government, in fact, when the question was posed at one of the consultations, the Attorney General response was that it is because of the dictates of the international agencies financing creed. And I'm saying, why should we, such an important requirement and issue in this time, this age, that we should be subjecting this to the availability of finance from international agencies, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, we are boasting of reserves. We have so much reserves. We are also saying that there is the low carbon resilient strategy to be implemented. Why can't we have two arms of creed? One doing execution of projects and the other one attending to the implementation of the low carbon response that we are looking at, strategy, so that creed cannot continue to exist. And whenever there is a disaster, we can reactivate the executing arm of creed, Madam Speaker. And giving Parliament, because the bill is silent, giving the Parliament the authority to reactivate creed within a month, 30 days or so, subject to that disaster, Madam Speaker. I'm suggesting that this section of the bill, of the bill be amended, because we cannot be talking about the responsibility of creed that is so elaborate, long-term in objective, and at the same time restricting it to 405 years. For the first year and a half, it's just to consult, to get the financing into your treasury or into the account. And you only left the 3.5 years for implementation, Madam Speaker. So we need to think of that if you're serious about setting up an agency that can do the work we are signing it to do, Madam Speaker. Speaker, in the preamble of the bill, it talks about gender equality and getting the participation of the underprivileged and the needs of this sector, Madam Speaker. But in the body of the bill, there is nothing there to see how it is facilitated. How it is that creed and the functions of creed will facilitate gender equality and pay attention to the needs of the underprivileged. When you have a major disaster like Hurricane Maria, people are traumatized. Apart from the need they need assistance in all sorts of ways. So we need the bill need to spell out how you're going to achieve this gender equality and in terms of the underprivileged. It needs to pay attention to that, Madam Speaker. It is silent in that area. And therefore we need to not just say it as something good in clauses 5 and 6 of the preamble, but translate that into action in the bill. This is very, very lacking, Madam Speaker, in there. Madam Speaker, also of concern is the fact that in the functions of creed, we see the appointment of the CEO. It is very unusual that you have a board, yet the person making the decision regarding the appointment of the CEO and other positions in creed is that of the minister or prime minister who is chairman of creed. Would expect that to be the responsibility of the board. So there again we are asking what it is about. Is it that we really want to establish an institution that ensures that the structure is one that consistent with international practices, that the system and the structure is one that will promote the objectives of the bill, that is resilient development? Or are we setting up a structure that empowers further the Prime Minister as far as the functions of the organization. And this is what we see. This thread throughout the bill is the Prime Minister having control of almost everything except for the key factor as to the financing and the management of the financing. The majority on that, but thank God, is the fact that there are the 4 of representatives of those international agencies providing the financing for CREED. So, Madam Speaker, I am asking and I'm suggesting that this bill, as I see it, is a declaration of the international donor community of its lack of confidence in this administration in implementing internationally financed projects, Madam Speaker. And with the fact that this government is taking this bill to Parliament for approval, they are accepting that they are incompetent, and therefore they are asking the public, and yes, please allow me to pass this bill so that the international finance organizations can provide the financing for reconstruction. I endorse this fact. Dominica needs the financing, but Dominica needs to get rid of this incompetent government, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
So it doesn't seem as if... Oh, sorry.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make a somewhat brief, but I think very critical contribution to the debate on this historic bill which is now before this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, I give my full and unwavering support to the bill for the establishment of
please.
CREED. And I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Francine Baron, for a masterful presentation in presenting the bill to this Honorable House. I think she really did justice to it, and anyone who was listening to her would have taken a good grasp of what this bill means in terms of moving our country forward. Madam Speaker, I support this bill because it espouses the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister, and indeed the visionary mindset and leadership of this Labour Party. Madam Speaker, vision is impacted by one's mindset. That is to say, if you have a negative mindset, then your vision of any situation will be towards the negative. But if you have a positive mindset, Madam Speaker, even in the darkest hour, you can see the light. And Madam Speaker, that's why I'm so grateful, and I say it almost every day, that we have a visionary leader like the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, Madam Speaker, because it was his vision just 5 days after the passage of Maria that has taken us to this point today, when we can be debating this bill before this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the energies that will be putting forward in the next 4 years, 5 years, will ensure that we can achieve our goal of being the first climate resilient country in the world, Madam Speaker. And this vision has lifted the hopes of our people, and Dominicans, I am sure, throughout this country, are proud of the achievements that we have made 1 year since Maria, and we will be proud of what CREED will deliver to us in the years to come, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am very satisfied with the bill for reading it, that the framework which it will establish is very thorough, and I can see that it was well thought through, Madam Speaker. I want to commend all of the individuals and experts that worked on putting together this framework for CREED, because it's something that I think we can be very confident in, Madam Speaker. And in reading it, I can see that in the equation that was put together to establish CREED, accountability and transparency are constants in this equation, Madam Speaker. And that is a hallmark of this Dominica Labour Party, that they will be accountable for every cent that is raised towards the development of this country. And so I'm very happy to see that in this bill, Madam Speaker. Also, as someone that was very active in the civil society movement, Madam Speaker, for years, I'm very encouraged to see that a participatory approach has also been articulated in this bill, Madam Speaker. That is to say that every aspect of our society, the civil society, the private sector, the public sector, will be engaged and consulted in the development and in the actions of CREED, Madam Speaker. That is to say, our Prime Minister wants all hands on deck in moving this country forward, Madam Speaker, to being the first climate resilient country in the world. And that is testament by the free consultations that have already taken place, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure as CREED is established and begins to work, it will be taking the discussion to every community throughout this country to engage our citizens and get their support in order for us to be the first climate resilient country in the world, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was very impressed with the human resource needs assessment that have went into preparing this bill and the vision of CREED. It tells me that there is adequate consideration to the human resource that we will need to make our vision a reality, Madam Speaker. And based on what is articulated here, we can see that we'll be getting the best of the best, and we are seeking the best of the best in Dominica, in the region, and in the world, Madam Speaker. Because if it's one thing I've learned from the Honorable Prime Minister, we cannot expect for all the ideas we need to develop Dominica to come from us just here in Dominica. This is a global village. Globalization has been taking place for decades now. And so we'll be reaching across the world to get the best resources we need to make CREED the best execution agency it can be, Madam Speaker. And so I was very surprised and disappointed to hear the member of the opposition question the framework of CREED, asking why, and saying that we are only 70,000 people. 70,000 people, that's still a large number in my view, and each of these people, Madam Speaker, is important. And it's because of these people that we will not spare any amount of resources, human or otherwise, to make sure that the development takes place, Madam Speaker, in keeping with our goals as a people. And so that question to me was just somewhat ridiculous. Madam Speaker, a lot can happen in a short space of time. A lot can happen in a short space of time. And we have seen with the passage of Erica and the passage of Maria, I am sure no one could have expected us to do so good, Madam Speaker. But it's thanks to the vision of our Prime Minister and to the hard work of his members of Cabinet, Madam Speaker. And in 4 years, the impact that this opposition party had on our country, Madam Speaker, we are very familiar with it. And that is why we will never revisit it, Madam Speaker. I think the proof is in the pudding. We have shown what can happen in 1 year following our worst disaster. And yet when we look at our history, we look at our accounts, we are still paying for some of the wrong decisions that the UWP took when it was in power, Madam Speaker. So that's to tell you something about time and how you use your time, Madam Speaker, because 24 hours in a day, but it's how you use your time. And I am sure that we'll continue to support this Labour Party because we know our Prime Minister spares not a second in his day working for the people of Dominica, Madam Speaker. That's why I support this bill, and that's why we continue to support the vision of the Dominica Labour Party for our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are in the 21st century. How can anyone consider a 1979 model of development, Madam Speaker? That's just baffling to me. There are global realities that we cannot ignore. Climate change is one of them. Unfortunately, there are world leaders who still refuse to accept the impact and the reality of climate change. But it is real, Madam Speaker. I cannot change that. You cannot change that. The global economic crisis is real, Madam Speaker. I cannot change that. You cannot change that. And so in the 21st century, we must have a visionary 21st century approach, Madam Speaker. And I thank God for the Honorable Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit to give us the vision to be the first climate resilient country in the world, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what we need in the 21st century is not more of what we had in the past, but we need more green jobs. Madam Speaker, these are the individuals who always speak like there are other countries that are better than Dominica. This is the best country in the world to be born and to live in. Madam Speaker, they talk about these other countries, and I remember Barack Obama, for the 8 years he was president, talking so much about the green jobs and new jobs that it would take to pull the American economy up, Madam Speaker. In Dominica, we need those green jobs, Madam Speaker. And that is some of what you are seeing here with CREED being established and also with other businesses that have been established right here in the Commonwealth of Dominica, Madam Speaker. Those focus on climate resilience and ensuring that we can improve our country, make it more sustainable, and focus on implementing our path towards being the first climate resilient country in the world, Madam Speaker. So we support this bill because we know it will produce thousands of green jobs, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure when they see these jobs adding up, they may be wondering, but it's sad to say they are none for them. I'm sorry about that. And the one job they also seek, I can guarantee you, the electorate is very alert and you will never get that job, my brother. Madam Speaker, sorry. Madam Speaker, I support this bill because I can see it will guarantee that it's going to take Dominica to a new level. It's going to take Dominica to a new level, and it has been well thought through and well put together. And so therefore, Madam Speaker, anyone who would not support this bill is very unfortunate. But we are fortunate that we have a cabinet, we have a government, we have a leader that cares for the people, Madam Speaker. And I want to ensure that everyone listening to the House this day recognizes the important step that this government is taking to ensure a bright future for you, a bright future for your family. So, Madam Speaker, with these few words, I want to support this bill and say I look forward to seeing Creed established and working in the constituencies, in the communities throughout Dominica. God bless Dominica. God bless this Labour Party administration. God bless our Prime Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Finally. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me first of all thank you for the opportunity to make a brief contribution to this very important bill. Let me also thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Senator Francine Barron, for her presentation. I think she gave an in-depth presentation as to what the bill entails and how best the government intends to move the process forward. I also want to commend the young Senator Jai Sabino on his very in-depth presentation as well. Madam Speaker, the Climate Resilient Executing Agency of Dominica, the CREED, is a bill that we are currently debating this morning in this Parliament. But, Madam Speaker, I have been in this Parliament for about 9 years. 9 years, Madam Speaker. And when I started this morning, Madam Speaker, and I listened to Senator Baptist, Senator on the opposition side, I listened to him very intently, Madam Speaker. And clearly, Madam Speaker, from his deliberations and from his remarks, you can clearly see, Madam Speaker, that the Senator is out of touch. He is out of touch, Madam Speaker, with the realities. And he's also disconnected, Madam Speaker, with the people. And that is a shame, Madam Speaker. Because when you come here in this Parliament to discuss a very serious piece of legislation, one that will significantly impact on the lives of our citizens, one that will seriously impact, Madam Speaker, on the future of this country. And you expect, Madam Speaker, to hear from the Senator Baptist, a qualified technical person, to give a more resounding and meaningful contribution to this very important bill. It leads me to wonder, Madam Speaker, whether this opposition party is serious. Because clearly, Madam Speaker, this is the thinking of the opposition. And when we are in this Parliament debating serious business, and by all purposes, Madam Speaker, we should have really gotten a bipartisan approach and support, Madam Speaker, for this piece of legislation. Really and truly, it leaves us to wonder. Madam Speaker, the Senator went on to highlight some of his party's desire to make Dominica the nature island of the world. And he mentioned a few things, Madam Speaker. But what the Senator failed to mention and to highlight was how they are going to finance it, where they are getting the finances from. And that is very fundamental. He never made mention of this, Madam Speaker. And he was basically, Madam Speaker, on a fishing expedition. I'm not sure if he was trying to fish in the Atlantic Ocean or if he was trying to fish in some river in Dominica. But basically, Madam Speaker, he said nothing. And when you ponder, Madam Speaker, on the utterances that the opposition really, Madam Speaker, they make, really and truly, Madam Speaker, the Dominican people have no other choice alternative but to continue to vote Dominica Labour Party, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the events of September 18th, 2017 will forever be etched in our minds. On that night, Madam Speaker, Hurricane Maria devastated Dominica. A Category 5 hurricane. One that we never anticipated. But, Madam Speaker, when Hurricane Maria touched our shores, lives were lost. Houses were destroyed. Bridges and roads were washed away. Crops and livestock, they were also destroyed, Madam Speaker. And this horrific experience, Madam Speaker, will be recorded in the annals of our history as the most catastrophic modern natural disaster to reach our shores. And I will not go back, Madam Speaker, through all the events that occurred, because they are still fresh in our memories. But what I want to pick out from this, Madam Speaker, which is very critical, is that despite all of this mayhem that occurred, Madam Speaker, we were able to witness and see firsthand leadership in action. Leadership in our Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, leadership in our government to ensure that Dominica could bounce back, and Dominica could bounce back in a timely fashion, Madam Speaker. We witnessed a leader who cares. We saw a leader who understands the suffering of his people, Madam Speaker. A leader whose compassion is unwavering. A leader who knows how to instill hope in his people. A visionary leader, Madam Speaker. And truly, Madam Speaker, we can all attest on this side that leadership is everything. Because on the other hand, Madam Speaker, what we witnessed in the leader of the opposition was the complete opposite. And it is a crying shame, particularly when a nation is suffering, particularly when its people are suffering, that you saw, Madam Speaker, an opportunity for the opposition to come and work along with the government. But no, they chose, Madam Speaker, the low ground. And that is not something new, Madam Speaker. That has been the benchmark. That has been, Madam Speaker, the qualities that this opposition has shown. Because while we are here trying to rebuild this country, while we are here trying, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the international community can reach out to us and get the necessary funding that we so desire and require, Madam Speaker, in the rebuilding back process, we witness, Madam Speaker, an opposition leader going to the international media and denigrating his country, trying to sabotage this country, Madam Speaker, And the citizens of this country need to hear this.
Point of order.
Because when people make themselves available for political office, Madam Speaker.
Yes?
Madam Speaker, the member is imputing improper motives. I have not tried to sabotage or sabotage
just
anything.
one moment. What standing order is this? I know thing. I'm just trying to remember.
Madam Speaker, I'm not here, you know.
No. Yes. I agree that imputing improper motive, but what did he say that you found so?
But it's true.
The country and sabotage.
It's true. The evidence is there.
And I'm asking him to withdraw it because it never happened.
Oh, well, that's a little difficult for me because my TV was on.
Speaker, I'm talking about, Madam Speaker,
I'm sorry, remember we just
talking about sabotage.
You object to the word sabotage?
Would you like a nicer word?
Can you change that word sabotage, please?
Madam Speaker, I withdraw the word sabotage.
Yeah, well, the sentence...
But if you want me to use undermine, it's fine.
Pardon?
But if you want me to use undermine, it's fine. But I withdraw the word sabotage. Yes.
Okay. Right.
But Madam Speaker, the point is...
just one moment. I take it that the member doesn't have anything further to say, so you can go ahead. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, the point is, and you see the truth hurts. The truth hurts, Madam Speaker. But the point is, Madam Speaker, after a Category 5 hurricane, when we've seen the widespread destruction across this country, where every Dominican citizen was impacted in one way or the other, Madam Speaker. And you would have expected, as statesmen and women, the opposition would come, Madam Speaker, and volunteer their services to assist in the rebuilding back better concept of this country. But no. And the Dominican citizens need to remember this, Madam Speaker. Because as I was saying, and I'm making the point, when people make themselves available for representation at the highest level, this is no easy responsibility. And we have to be very mindful as a people, as citizens, who we elect to represent us at the highest level in Parliament, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure that the Dominican people have not forgotten these things, Madam Speaker. Because we've heard the opposition lambaste the government in so many ways. But they have yet to tell us, Madam Speaker, what they have done to make this country a better place since after Hurricane Maria. They have yet, Madam Speaker, to mention that. Madam Speaker, our Prime Minister articulated a plan, and I must add, a workable plan, Madam Speaker, because anybody can come with a plan. Anybody can come and say they're going to do this, they're going to do that. But the truth of the matter is, Madam Speaker, is this plan achievable? Do you have the resources in ensuring that this plan becomes a reality? So yes, we can come and talk and say all of the nice words, the fancy words. But when it comes to putting talk to action, that is where you separate the men from the boys, Madam Speaker. Because this Labour Party administration has demonstrated time and time again, Madam Speaker, that we are up to the task of ensuring that Dominica can become a better place. We can build back this country better for the future generations of this country, Madam Speaker. And that is why we are here today to debate this legislation. So when our Prime Minister articulated just a mere 4 days after Hurricane Maria to make Dominica the first climate resilient country in the world. Madam Speaker, this vision did not fall on deaf ears because the world listened. But more importantly, the world responded to this grand vision and thus the creation of this legislation, Madam Speaker. Because we saw it here. The former President of the United States, Bill Clinton, he bought it into this vision. He came here. The Secretary General of the United Nations, he bought into this vision. He came here. And a host of other leaders, Madam Speaker, and agencies, they came here because they saw Dominica as a country which articulated a vision that the rest of the world could buy in. And they decided, Madam Speaker, to support it. And all of the international agencies who've pledged to this vision, Madam Speaker, it's not because they like us. It's not because they love us. But it's because they understood, Madam Speaker, in no uncertain terms, that this vision which was articulated by our Prime Minister is in fact, Madam Speaker, one that they can buy into and one that they are willing to invest the necessary resources to ensure that we can achieve this vision for our country, Madam Speaker. Fundamentally, Madam Speaker, CREED will serve the interests of the nation of the Commonwealth of Dominica. CREED will also give due consideration to the most vulnerable, and that is important. Because as we move across the country, particularly in the rural communities, and we have been able to identify some of the most vulnerable people in our respective communities, Madam Speaker, the CREED will have far-reaching impact on the lives of these people. And we've seen it. We just, last Friday, had a ceremony in Belle-Bishop for the residents of Petite Savanne. In 2015, Erica destroyed this community. And this government was on the front foot, Madam Speaker, in ensuring that we utilize the resources to put in place, Madam Speaker, infrastructure, resilient infrastructure that would be able now, Madam Speaker, to house the residents of the Petite Savanne community. And that is nothing that came overnight. But, Madam Speaker, we saw that when Hurricane Maria came, the structures there were able to withstand the impact of Hurricane Maria. And that, Madam Speaker, is visionary leadership. Madam Speaker, the transformation of lives. That is what this Labour Party government is all about. And the CREED will address this directly. Because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the government has a responsibility to continue to improve the lives of its citizens. And we have not made excuses. We have not made excuses. We have not said, oh, we have been hit by a hurricane and we cannot do this, we cannot do that. No. We have not taken the easy way out, Madam Speaker. But what we have done and what we continue to do is to put measures and systems in place that can continue to improve and transform the lives of our people, Madam Speaker. And this is a working government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the CREED will be people-focused and centered. And I think this is very critical. Because people have to be first. And you heard the Minister of Foreign Affairs mention that the consultations on a community level, hearing from the fisherman by the bayside, the farmer on the hillside, the ordinary man and woman in each community, hearing from them, consulting with them, Madam Speaker. That is critical. Because their part in the process, particularly as it relates to projects and programs that may be implemented in their neck of the woods, their views are important. And we are a government that listens to the people, Madam Speaker. And I believe when this legislation was being enacted, it was very important that that particular segment was put in place. Because it's by listening to the people, by hearing from the people, that you are able to put programs, projects in place that will eventually benefit and improve the livelihoods of the people, Madam Speaker. And so Part 3, Clause 11, subsection 3, speaks to that, Madam Speaker, the people focus and centeredness of the creed. The creed shall also, Madam Speaker, operate to the highest standards of transparency, financial management, accountability, gender inclusiveness, and community engagement. And again, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, she spoke to this in her presentation. But the part about engagement, I think it is important. Because in March of this year, we had the launching of the creed. Of course, the opposition was invited. And they always say the government doesn't consult. They always say the government doesn't take them on. But, Madam Speaker, they had opportunities to come to the table and to bring their suggestions. But what did they do, Madam Speaker? They stayed away. They didn't attend the lunch. They didn't attend the consultations. And when they had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to make a meaningful contribution towards this bill, they stayed silent. And then you want to come to this parliament now, and you want to say things, Senator Baptist, that you are all not connected with. And it shows, Madam Speaker, very clearly, it shows, Madam Speaker, that at the end of the day, the governance of a country is serious business. The governance of a country is serious business, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, primarily, this creed legislation is being undertaken to ensure that the implementation mechanism of government's priority projects can be given urgent attention and completed in a timely fashion. And that is important. And I believe with creed, we will see the implementation, because a lot of times, Madam Speaker, there have been challenges in the implementing of certain projects for one reason or the other. But I believe with creed being solely focused on the implementing of the priority projects to assist in the rebuilding back process, we will see, Madam Speaker, greater efficiency in that regard. And this is important, because at the end of the day, what we want to see, when projects have been identified and the funds have been available, we want to ensure that these projects are implemented in a timely fashion, that they are on schedule, and that whoever the contractors are who receive these projects, they also have the capacity to ensure that these projects are implemented and implemented well for the benefit of this country, Madam Speaker. And I believe creed will play a very pivotal role in ensuring that this happens, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also believe that with this legislation, it will provide the opportunity for even our local contractors to partner with regional and international partners and to gain more experience. Because what we want to ensure, Mr. Speaker, is that we do not leave any stone unturned. And while we have the creed will cover certain priority projects, but you also want to have inclusion of the local contractors. And this will give our local contractors this opportunity for partnerships with regional and international companies that they themselves can build more capacity. And as we move along, they themselves can maybe fully take over some of these projects, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me quickly just mention some of the steps that we have taken and continue to look at as it relates to resilience within the telecommunications structure. The government of Dominica, Mr. Speaker, has already demonstrated its resilience to integrate a more formidable telecommunications infrastructure. To this end, Mr. Speaker, we've started the process where we have procured 60 satellite phones that will immediately provide communications post any major disaster. And that is important. We saw after Hurricane Maria, there was no communication for a few days. Persons' anxiety levels were up because they could not know whether their family member was alive or dead. And so, Mr. Speaker, these satellite phones will be able to be utilized before, during, and after a disaster immediately. So we can have some level of communication until the service providers are then able to get back up their services, Mr. Speaker. And that is important, communication. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, to mitigate against the loss of government data, 2 major on-island data centers for redundancy and resilience, along with an off-island data center using the Microsoft Azure Cloud technology, has been included in Digicel's proposal to government to facilitate government business within a few hours of disruption after a disaster. And that is important. And you see, Mr. Speaker, all of this forms part of the wider picture in building back a better telecommunications structure. Because at the end of the day, we have learned a lot from the Maria experience, the Hurricane Maria experience, Mr. Speaker. And we have to ensure that we can now do things much better. And government has already taken steps in that regard, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, 20 of government's most critical priority sites have also been identified for VSAT equipment. And the VSAT equipment is a satellite type of equipment that will allow also for communication and will also allow for government to continue to do business right after a disaster, particularly one of the nature of Hurricane Maria. So we are putting systems in place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this legislation will also provide the opportunities for new and emerging jobs. And that is important. And I want to encourage our young people that let us take a critical look at Dominica. And what are some of the jobs that we would need for the future? The government has already identified through the Ministry of Education some of the priority areas. But I believe now with this legislation, it is even more important that our young people who are now going to pursue studies, they look critically at some of the jobs that we would require and the skills and expertise that we would require, Mr. Speaker, in allowing us to build back a better country. Geologists. This is something that I believe that we need in Dominica. Someone who can study the activity of volcanoes. This is another area I believe that we can look at. And a wide range of other areas and disciplines that I believe we need to focus on moving forward with this legislation that will provide new jobs for our young people moving the process forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I said, we have ensured that all of the work that is now taking place post-Hurricane Maria is of a certain standard, and that is important. Because when we have this whole talk about resilience, it is not just building homes that when a Category 5 hurricane comes, the roof will not be blown away. it is much more than that, Mr. Speaker. And I believe with this legislation, there also has to come as well, particularly at our schools, at the schools level. We may also have to start looking now at the curriculum and how best we can now look at the creed legislation and having it form part of our curriculum so that our students at the primary, at the secondary, at the state college can be in tune with it and can learn more and adapt more to this kind of legislation that's been enacted here. Because it's a very important piece of legislation. And I believe the schools, when this legislation is passed in this parliament, they should all get a copy so that the students can be familiar with this legislation and how we can impact on their lives and future generations. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill and look forward to its implementation. I thank you.
No, I thought she was going to think for lunch. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. Let me just extend Christmas greetings to Dominicans at home and abroad. Wishing them the best for the season and the new year. Mr. Speaker, the debate before this House is critical and important in this time. And I say critical because we are at a very difficult stage, not as a country, but in terms of global events. Tsunamis just last night, I am sure that many of us felt the trauma. And also, we had tsunami warnings over the world, and you have different things happening. It says that we have to do a lot in terms of preparing ourselves, in terms of climate change and being resilient. And this discussion is timely and important, Mr. Speaker. But it raised a lot of concerns in terms of the bill being presented, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I went through this bill and looked at some of the sections, and something that came up on several occasions is that the parallel cabinet and undermining of some of the line ministries. And the creed is important in terms of that the monitoring agency is important for the utilizing, monitoring accountability of donor support finances. But, Mr. Speaker, even from section 4, you see the complete sidelining of line ministries. Right there, you look at the new ministry that was recently formed. There is a climate resilient ministry, public works, housing, agriculture, social services, health. It is saying that these ministries are underperforming, and creed is going to pull up the slack, Mr. Speaker. And that is the concern that I have and that we have on this side, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, these ministries play a very critical role before, during, and after disaster, and especially after disaster, in terms of ensuring that Dominica get back to normalcy at a very, very quick pace. But, Mr. Speaker, when we are hearing that the creed will take over some of the major projects, what are we going to do with the Ministry of Public Works? Right now, Mr. Speaker, after Tropical Storm Erica and Maria, we have about 15 to 20 bridges that have been compromised. Mr. Speaker, and that in itself shows that the capacity building within these ministries, we should see these line ministries get the type of financial, technical support to ensure we implement these finances and this support to ensure that we get back to normalcy at a very quick pace. And that is what we would like to see, Mr. Speaker. Public works repair infrastructure, our roads, our schools, public buildings. That is what we'd like to see. Yes, we're getting the funding, but why limit our ministries? And that is the concern that I have, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to see our ministries play a very vital role. Our technocrats play a vital role in ensuring that we build back better. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry, social services. And I heard the minister who presented the bill made mention about the people, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, sorry, Mr. Speaker, when she made a presentation in terms of looking at gender, ensuring that our people, men, women, no one is left behind, elderly is taken care of. And that is why the Ministry of Social Services has a very important role to play in that process. Why not empower the Ministry of Social Services to do the work to ensure that we meet the needs of our people? And that is what we would like to see happen with the creed. And that is what we would like to see, as we said, that earlier on the presentation was made about sidelining these ministries. And I want us to look at that area. It is critical. You're going to have two cabinets. That's what we're saying. The Prime Minister is in charge of both.
I don't know why.
Yes,
why you want
he's
to.
the chairman. The Prime Minister is the chairman of the creed.
That is not true.
Of the board, yes.
You understand? To have two cabinets.
That's what I know. The function.
The senator presented that earlier on, but yeah. we cannot suggest that because that is not what the creed is. Okay, so try to stay away from that, please.
Mr. Speaker, what we are saying under the act that is being presented, that's what we are saying. Yes, and that's what that is why I make my presentation. Okay. Mr. Speaker, something else that is critical as well, Mr. Speaker, is we see the agency, so 4 years, but we see it as being reactive as well. Mr. Speaker, we had, I will, from, Mr. Speaker, we had natural disasters from 2007, we had Hurricane Dean. 2011, we had Tropical Storm Ophelia. It happened, I think, on the 20th of September. We had the trough of the Christmas Eve 2013, Tropical Storm Erica, August 2015, and Hurricane Maria, September 2018. Madam Speaker, we had several opportunities for the government, the different line ministries to show their competence and to ensure that we get back to normalcy at a very quick pace. Mr. Speaker, 15 months after the Hurricane Maria, and there are still people with tarpaulins on their homes, and we have building materials on island in the hands of the government. That is what we are saying, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we are saying. No, that is why you'll be on the next, after this election, you'll be on the next side, Mr. Minister. You'll be on the other side. Yeah, you know that. Marcos will be good for him. Yeah. You would like me to say answer the minister?
How is that acceptable?
No, how is that acceptable in this house? No, I will. I'll be above the free resource tree in this house. I'll show you I'm different. Mr. Speaker, as I said, reactive agency, training. What ODM playing a very important role before the disaster or hurricane season. There'll be training. They'll be ensuring that we have our hurricane shelters in order. Everything's in place. So during the hurricane, what transpired, and then we move on after the hurricane, the storm or disaster, whatever happened. So you have continuity, you have everybody involved, you have every stakeholder being involved, so the machine is moving smoothly. And that is what we'd like to see on this side. I'm not saying, Madam Speaker, that is why we'd like to see these line ministries being empowered and given the support that they need. Mr. Speaker, under Section 9B, Mr. Speaker, these, yes, Mr. Speaker, 9B, and yes, I made mention of the ODM, the role of the ODM. 9C, Section C as well, public works being involved. And Mr. Speaker, and that is why it's important, that is now, Creed is now under L. It's like Creed is now in charge of the cabinet. Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you look at, just read an advice in the cabinet. Creed is advising the cabinet. We're cabinet the policy makers, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we...
I read the bill too.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. You can go and read it.
Okay.
And that is where, Madam Mr. Speaker,
I'm just telling you
there's no education.
That you are bordering on imputing improper motives.
Oh, Mr.
Be
Speaker,
careful. I'm just guiding you.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these concerns that we are raising genuine. Mr. Speaker, I will use Kulibistri as a case in point of education, of rebuilding and building better. We saw what happened to Kulibistri 2015 after Erica. The discussions that went on, the cleaning up and whatnot. And recommendations were made going forward. Also, we had Hurricane Maria. What has happened in Kulibistri? There were discussions in the public space about replacing relocation. It stayed in the public space and died. No discussion in the community, no consultation. And that's why we are saying that the line ministries, the areas that would take up that slack and ensure that we go to the Kulibistri constituents and community, educate the people, and have a discussion and move forward, Mr. Speaker. And I use Kulibistri because just recently we had the people of P7 being moved to Belbishop. And they say it's a climate resilience homes. And I am happy that the people move to the area, but let us ensure that if we look at even the sidewalks, if we look at like gender equality, parents, the elderlies, mothers with wheelchair and everything, just look at the landscape of the area, Mr. Speaker. And these are the type of things we like to see, to involve and include everybody, every stakeholder. Going forward, you will not have these challenges, Mr. Speaker. And that is where I say education is critical. If you do not educate the masses, you will not, what you're looking for in terms of resilience, you will not get climate resilience, you will not get the type of support. How do we assess deforestation, landscaping, land restoration, all these things that will be taken on board. It's a holistic approach, agriculture, rehabilitation, buffering, land zoning, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we have to look at the broad. But what we are seeing happening, Mr. Speaker, it's just showing that some of the ministries should be closed. I heard the Minister of Telecommunications, last year he was budgeted $400,000 for his ministry. A fisherman can spend that in maybe 4 days. Madam, Mr. Speaker. And these are the type of things we like to see. He's talking about transparency, accountability, inclusiveness, Where is the opposition in that? Where is the opposition in playing that role to show to the international donor agencies that we are thinking together? Capacity building, critical thinking, create awareness, empowering our stakeholders. This is what we like to see, Mr. Speaker. But the opposition, you say you want to be unified. You want the support. And you're not seeing anything, Mr. Speaker. We are not part of any just an oversight parliamentary committee. That's the only thing. We are not part of policy making under the creed. We have been totally exempted, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we have to look at. If you want us to work together, let us feel part and parcel of the process. Don't just come into Parliament, we debate and we stamp it and move on, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we would like to see as the inclusion. If the international agencies see us working together, they'll be encouraged to give us the type of support. And that is what I'd like to see, Mr. Speaker. That is what we'd like to see on this side. Minimize political influence. Mr. Speaker, we know what happened. And earlier on, Mr. Speaker, you heard the Member of Parliament, the Minister of Agriculture. You heard his comments. I just try to be above the fray. By not taking it lightly. You know? And Mr. Speaker, that is what we would like to see in the rural communities, that the people who get affected get the support. Let us minimize the political interference, Mr. Speaker, and that is what we would like to see if you have the opposition part and parcel of the process. Mr. Speaker, when we're on this side after the next general election, I am sure the Honorable Lennox Linton will amend the act to ensure that it will be inclusive.
Yes, indeed.
That is what we'll be doing. No, we'll be on the next side very soon. You know that. I'll leave it for Ronald Charles. Mr. Speaker, and these are the type, and by the way, congratulations, Mr. Speaker. Becoming the new candidate for the Granby constituency. Congratulations. In order. National collaborative effort as we move forward. And that is what we on this side would like to see happen. And Mr. Speaker, I saw something happen after Erica, we tried something. We tried something as members of Parliament. Try to come together and get things going. But after Maria, that is the worst I've ever seen. As a politician, before I was a politician, I was involved in my community. I've been involved in my community since I was 13. And things that I saw happen. And people in need were sidelined. And right now, you see people have building materials, their homes covered, and they have building materials in the cell, and have people, their house covered with nothing. Creed will fix it? You tell me the line ministry, everybody tell me the line ministries couldn't do anything to ensure, the Ministry of Housing couldn't ensure that the people who got affected got the support they needed? When that is what we are looking for. The people, the farmers, the bona fide farmers couldn't get the support from the $18 million from the World Bank.
Member, can you help me understand how some of this relates to
because they said a lot of the projects
that is on the floor right now?
A lot of the projects that started will be continued on the decree. They said that. It is in part of it. It is part of it. Yes.
Right. But I do not understand how it relates to the creed, which is now being debated.
Yes,
just put it in context for me, please.
We'll put it in context. Okay, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about ensuring inclusiveness and ensuring that we're transparent and accountable. And we're saying some of the mistakes that we made last time. If we're going on the creed, if we have across the board, we have openness, transparency, accountability, we'll be able to touch everybody. About 27 to 29 households were assessed under the UNDP-assisted survey. And this, going forward, and we saw what transpired. But talking about the creed, Mr. Speaker, you have to see where we made errors. When we're going forward, we can correct these errors and ensure that we move as a collective unit to ensure that Dominica moves forward. Even though the government will be in charge, the government will be in majority doing this stuff. But what I'm saying, let the members of parliament know, let the wider public know what is going on. That's where you see accountability. That's where the international donor agency is going to give us more. We want more. We want to do more. But we have to ensure that the little that we have, we execute properly and everybody benefit. That is what we are saying on this side. Unified approach, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, another area that is a concern, Mr. Speaker, and I want to bring that in, that is important. Some years ago, in terms of training moving forward, some years ago you had a lot of simulation exercises, lava flow, and these different things. Because you have, as the minister in a presentation said, that you're going to have different natural hazards like earthquake, hurricanes, floods, volcanoes, and sometimes you have to prepare the people. You have some of the school children do they know what you have to do in terms of earthquake, and that's where the training comes. The people in the ministries, do you know what they have to do during an earthquake or hurricane or volcano? People, especially in the vulnerable areas, Roseau Valley. Preparation is critical. And I just want us to bring that into the discussion, not sidelining a thing or being saying that we know it all on the other side. We are saying, we bring it to the table, practical ways and means going forward for that 5-year period of creed that we can implement. I am saying that also, as we said earlier on, some of our ministries, what you have undermined them or eradicated them or push them aside. So if creed going to be the new do it all and do it all, we have to bring some of these critical, practical areas in place so that we can save lives and bounce back faster and better. Some areas need jetties. That areas, if you have a natural disaster, how are they going to move? Logistics. How do they move out from some areas? If source we cut off from Kulibi, from Batali and Makushri, and something happened, how do we take them out? How do we move the people of Bellevue, Chopin? Logistics, we have to take this into consideration. In terms of creed and the role, the function of creed, a lot of things were outlined. It gave the Prime Minister too much power, I might say, I will say. But it is important, as a country, we look at the best interests of the people, or young, and that is critical. And that is why we are people-oriented on this side. People first on this side, always. That's why we are speaking about people, making sure that everybody is safe. People come first. That's why I said education of the people. Ensure that they're empowered, they know what is happening around them. That is critical, that is important. How often that we utilize the information systems and move around the country and find out what's going on. Do we have our own seismic research in Dominica? We have to depend on Barbados. No, all these things we have to take into consideration. We have over, how many things we have here? Sleeping volcanoes, active volcanoes. These are the type of things we have to look at and address as a country moving forward. I heard the member for the telecoms minister talk about 60 satellites phone. We could have that long time. You don't need creed for that. It's routine. And Mr. Speaker, and that is why we on this side would like to see this bill before this House. A lot of amendments should be made to put us in the right direction. Too many, as I would say, you heard the minister, too many different positions. Who is guiding who? The Prime Minister is reporting to himself. Yes, he's the Prime Minister, he's the chairman of the board, and this board has to report to the cabinet. He's reporting to himself. You know? And these are the concerns that we have on this side, Mr. Speaker.
You have 4 more minutes.
No problem, Mr. Speaker. I'll wind up with it very soon. But I wanted, Mr. Speaker, to make this very critical point.
Order, please.
Yes.
Let's listen to the member, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, 11, you know what happened after the tropical Ophelia? You know what transpired? $12 million came for the areas that got affected, including Kulibistri, St. Joseph, and the Maho constituency. And you know, 9 million went to the Maho constituency alone. Only 1.7 billion went to St. Joseph, and the rest, they put it somewhere else. So I can understand why the minister, you know how much money having gone to Maho constituency for housing under this, after Maria? So I can understand why the minister is saying this nonsense I speak in. We are talking about accountability and transparency, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think the member needs to retract those statements. I think it's imputing improper motives to suggest that all the money went to Maho constituency. I think that's imputing improper motives, Mr. Speaker.
The document is there? No. Mr. Speaker?
I believe that the minister is right.
No.
First of all, you should indicate where
I'm
that
right
money,
about that.
where that money came from. Well, can you substantiate it?
Right, yes.
Can you substantiate it?
Yes.
And
not right now. I can get the document.
Right, so if you cannot,
not right now.
Order, please.
I am not withdrawing that. It is the truth.
Order.
It is the truth, Mr. Speaker.
No. Well, if it is the truth, then you must be able to substantiate it now.
I do not have the document in my hands.
Then the best thing to do, the best thing I would suggest.
We can ask the clerk. We came there to Parliament.
No, the best thing to do now, if you cannot substantiate it now, is to just
asked
retract
that question,
it.
Mr. Speaker, I asked that question, and I am sure...
Can you listen to me?
They can get it in the House.
You can get it in the House, but,
yes.
but if you're going to make that statement as part of your contribution,
yes.
then you must be able to substantiate it.
It's a fact.
So, so I agree with the Honourable Minister that
fact,
you should. Are you going to retract it?
No.
You're not going to retract it?
You can ask them to get it. I'm not. If I'm wrong, correct it.
No, but that is not for me to correct.
If I am wrong, but
that is not for me to correct.
No, I'm not wrong. I am telling you.
No, member, please. If you're going to make a statement that you cannot substantiate while you're on your feet, then you're going to have to retract it. That is simple. That is simple.
No, I will not, Mr. Speaker. That question
just withdraw it.
Mr. Speaker,
just withdraw it, honourable member.
Parliament, and we got the answer from the minister. We can suspend
member,
the House, to get
I am still going to ask you to
suspension.
retract it, please. Withdraw the statement.
We can suspend the House. No, I will not withdraw it, Mr.
I'm not
Speaker.
going to suspend
I can
it.
sit, but I'm not
I'm just asking you to withdraw it.
I will not withdraw it. I can sit down, but I'll not withdraw it.
You can't withdraw
That's
it.
the fact. That's the fact.
Continue. You have 2 more minutes. Go ahead. And use your 2 minutes as wisely as possible.
Mr. Speaker, I always try to do that. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as I close...
Mr. Speaker, sorry. I didn't get the ruling on the intervention.
The facts are there, The facts are there, Mr. Speaker, the creed bill before this House has demonstrated and manifested the incompetence of many of our line ministries. And I would recommend, Mr. Speaker, we have seen it. We have mentioned it on several other speakers, and I think speakers following me will demonstrate and point out some of the areas of competence within these line ministries. I would like to recommend, Mr. Speaker, going forward in terms of the bill, if amendments, that we would look at empowering these very critical ministries to execute their mandate properly, to have the human resource, the financial resource to do the work. The supervisory committee playing a very critical role in that, in ensuring that they execute their mandate within that 4 to 5 years. We'd like to see Dominica bounce back and bounce back better. We'd like to see Dominica build back better, our road network, our infrastructure, our agriculture, the social services, our, yes, Mr. Speaker, housing, and these areas. We'd like to see us move in the right direction. But we have to play a critical role in that. And Mr. Speaker, my biggest disappointment with this bill as well is also the sidelining of the parliamentary opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I intend to be very, very brief here after this masterful introduction of this bill by Honorable Francine Barron, Minister for Foreign Affairs. And I think we have to commend her for a tremendous introduction to the Honorable bill. One would have thought, Mr. Speaker, after this introduction by the Honorable Minister, that every member of this House would have been clear as to the various actual elements contained in this measure before this Honorable House. Taking into consideration the significance of this matter before this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, insofar as the future development of our country is concerned. But there is something very striking to me and the many listeners who listened to the presentation thus far by every member on both sides of the House. But I want to place particular attention to the contribution made by Senator Baptiste this morning. And Senator Baptiste is a professional, and one would expect, therefore, his presentation to be deliberate and consistent with facts. And I would want to give him the benefit of the doubt, Mr. Speaker, that he read all the elements contained in this measure before this Honorable House. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, one would conclude, therefore, bearing in mind that, based on his intelligence, that he read the bill. So I would conclude, therefore, that the mere fact that he omitted certain salient facts of this honorable bill, of this bill before this House, it was deliberately harmful and significantly misplaced for political reasons, Mr. Speaker. Now, one of the issues, he made reference to private sector participation, which of course is a good intervention. But he did not read Section 19C, Section 19C of this measure before this Honorable House, which answers his concern. The question is, Mr. Speaker, did he read the bill? Or was his intervention insofar as this measure is concerned deliberate? And I ask him, therefore, to refer to Section 19C of this bill that speaks to private sector participation regionally or locally. So the question is, Mr. Speaker, did he read it or not? Did he read it? Listen, did he read it? Did you read it? Did you read it? He did not read it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, then, Mr. Speaker, he made reference to the financing of the creed. A good intervention again. But did he read Section 16? And he made reference to transparency. And the account to be established by the creed has to meet the approval of the financial secretary. It is contained therein. Did you read it? Or not? Did you? Or was his intention deliberate? Because he's a bright fellow. He's a bright fellow. It's there. So, Mr. Speaker.
Members, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Can we contain the crosstalk,
Yeah.
please? We
Mr.
can
Speaker.
tolerate asides, but then please,
The
crosstalk
question,
now.
on the question of transparency, and the situation is, Mr. Speaker, having listened to the members on this side thus far, there is one logical conclusion to be made. The opposition does not believe that Dominica has the ability to become the first climate resilient country in the world. That is it. They don't believe that. They have no confidence in themselves, therefore, and they have no plan to take this country to the next level to make it the first climate resilient country in the world. Why? Because if you're talking about transparency, the mere fact we come to this honorable house to establish a body, an execution body, by the highest body in the governance structure of this country, Parliament, the mere fact you're saying that there's no transparency, it means that you have no confidence in yourself to provide the requisite oversight. And then, in this bill, you have parliamentary oversight. We did not say, Madam Speaker, in cabinet, we did not say in cabinet, and by executive fiat, establish a body. We do not do that. We're coming to the highest body in this land to do so. So, then, the next point, incompetent government. What a contradiction. The mere fact, after the most devastating hurricane in the history of man, that all the members of parliament has gotten paid on time is a demonstration of the highest level of competence in this country. No public servant has been left without a salary on time. Now we said, Mr. Speaker, that the donor agencies have no confidence in us. That is why we are forced, Mr. Speaker, to establish the grid. Contradiction again. Contradiction again. Because it is known as established practice, not only for Dominica, when donor agencies are given the money, the issue of procurement is paramount. And they establish the structure. At no time for the past years since this government has been in office, the European Union, neither the World Bank has placed any sanction on us. It was the Workers' Party while in office, Mr. Speaker, that misused money that was meant for a particular undertaking from our donor agencies. Wasn't us. We have not done that. Despite our incompetence, we have not done that, you know. We have not done that. So the new kids on the block, yeah, they have not been in office. They're the ones who were sanctioned. And we had to come and correct the wrong they did. And as a result, the EU, the World Bank, have the highest confidence in the government of Dominica under Roosevelt Scarrett as Prime Minister. Don't come and mislead the public. And then, we are not getting money from the donor agencies. Contradiction again. In this parliament, and what they corrected, an error that was made in the parliament with the numbers. We came for parliament sanction to use the $40 million from the World Bank for agriculture and housing. So, your utterances this morning, insofar as we're not attracting money from the World Bank, has fallen flat on its face. Flat like you, flat down. No. Just on the 29th of October, the People's Republic of China signed with us a technical agreement to the tune of $120 million for schools and others, agriculture and others, health. So when you come there and deliberately misleading the public, those are the facts that you have to appreciate and embrace, Mr. Speaker. Now, an incompetent government. We're not doing anything. Mr. Speaker, let me draw the attention of this honorable House of what this administration has been able to do under trying circumstances. The facts are here. They are bright people. You can go and ask for the information in the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education, and do your content analysis of the information provided. And I'm not including, Mr. Speaker, tourism and agriculture in that. I'm just restricting that merely to our effort in public support, namely education, housing, and the ESUCA, among other things. The member for Salisbury made reference to the importance of education. This is the education government. This is the education government, Mr. Speaker. This is the education government. People like him, Honorable Ian Douglas, the Attorney General, the Prime Minister, many others, Honorable Francine, and it may be you too. When they went to university, we have to face the Aid Bank and pay $1,600 every year for 10 years. We have said in government, the Labour Party, a party that is built on augmenting the way of life of the downtrodden, have said to the people of Dominica that we do not want to close the doors of opportunity in your face. We want to make it easier for you to pursue your dreams, Mr. Speaker. And one of the most effective ways to do so is through education. And as a result, notwithstanding, no, I'm responding to you, notwithstanding Maria, Mr. Speaker, look at that, you know. Tertiary education, from Maria to now, this administration has spent $20 million to give grants to our Dominican students studying overseas and at the University of Dominica, of the West Indies. How can you say that we're incompetent? No, at the State College, for the past 2 years, for 15 months, $7.3 million. This is the education government. And those of us who listen, I'm responding to him, he shifted the topic, I'm responding to him, who listen to the Prime Minister's national address on 40 years as an independent country. As a result of 40% slash from your student loan. This is the education government. How dare you stand there and say we are incompetent? How dare you do that? You have to apologize to us right now. Do it. I said for you. Do it. Apologize. So, Mr. Speaker, now, Mr. Speaker, the school bus program, Mr. Speaker, from Maria to now, the school bus program and uniform, $4.4 million that we have spent at our worst time. And I continue, Mr. Speaker, with your permission.
I'm going to guide you just a little.
Yes.
Try and wrap up that response there and get back to the creed,
but
please. Please get back to the creed.
But just give me 1 more minute, with your permission. No, and that's important, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, roof replacement, we're talking about resilience. $84 million. And if this continues, Mr. Speaker, public support. They criticize public support in the Prime Minister's office, but now they're saying it's the right. Can you imagine that? It's the right. And on the public support for the office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, $19.2 million public support in the Ministry of Social Services, $9 million. Yes, you care, $1.2 million. So this government, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this government, post-Maria, on the social programs, has spent in excess of $146 million for the people of this country. How dare you say we're incompetent? You must it up because you're still getting no salary and you're not working. So you have to say, we take the blame for that. And Mr. Speaker, just going back to the creed. And now you heard, before I go back to the creed, you heard Mr. Speaker, we talk about incompetence. You heard Mr. Speaker, but, oh, Madam Speaker, how can I mistake you, Mr. Speaker? My apologies, Madam Speaker. There was a big hoopla about the pension. Now, the leader of the opposition said he was referring to 17 above after he made this calculation. Now, we have 2,659 persons under this program, 147 from Marigot. And this program has not been affected because of Maria. And yet, Senator Baptist has the nerve to come to this honorable house and say that we're incompetent. This is the most competent administration in the history of politics in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, we have a long way to go. But the survival of us on this piece of rock in the Caribbean and Atlantic Ocean depends on building a resilient country in every aspect of the world. And to do that, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we must decide what are the fundamental physical infrastructural work that we have to do to get us to the next level. And we're not going to take away from the Ministry of Public Works or take away from any other ministry or Ministry of Agriculture, but the Cabinet will decide with the oversight provided by Parliament what are the significant physical infrastructure programs that we need to embark in order to get us to a point where we can achieve that goal to become the world's first climate resilient country in the world. And that is the justification, therefore, to establish an entity, just like you have, Madam Speaker, specialization of roles, to actually achieve efficiency. That is critical. When you talk about the division of labor, it's critical. So we want people like Baptists who strain in that area to come and give credence to that, not to criticize it. So, Mr.
Senator Baptist.
Eh?
Senator Baptist.
Senator, I said that. I said, Mr. Oh, sorry, my apologies, sir. I'll now do that deliberately. Senator Baptist, Senator Baptist, Senator. Sorry. So, I want to just say further that listening to the opposition tells me something. Because we may build the best roads, the best retaining walls, the best buildings, but we should not see the goal of getting to the first climate resilient country in the world as a competition between ideas among the political parties. It has to be seen as a mission to achieve that goal. And we can only see it as a mission if we see it as a singular goal. Because we have no say as to who our mother and fathers were. We were born in this country. There's no other country we can say that's our home but Dominica. We're born here. But there are things we can do to make our lives more comfortable. There are things we can do to cause us to rebound and to rebound quicker and better and more effectively after a disaster. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, that we should not see that as a scary thing or a labor thing. So I say, but I know. Our thing then, our thing. Same thing. So I'm calling on the opposition, therefore, to put aside the politics and rise to the occasion. The rest of the world is looking at us. And let us work together in ensuring that this country becomes the first climate resilient country in the world. Let me say something to you. We were very close to each other after Hurricane Maria. For a matter of fact, neighbors were not talking to each other. We used to say in the window, I love you so much, because we thought we were going to die. Last night, after 9, we felt a rocking. People from my constituency called, messaged me, Father, you feel that? Yes, I said, I felt it too. It reminded us as to how vulnerable we are as the people. That is why it's so important for us to put the structures in place so therefore we can respond to the shocks of those things that are indeed inevitable because of our geographical location. It will happen again. We pray that, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, is not being the magnitude of a Maria, but we can only survive if we plan properly. No. There's something we have to take into consideration because it speaks to our human ecology. It speaks to that. Our relationship with our physical and natural environment is critical. It is critical. So it's not even it. So this is just, the government is just leading the way. But our practices as a people is critical to achieving that goal. So we have to decide, and we have to say within ourselves, that building by a river It no longer can be seen as something nice, but a no-no, based on what we've experienced before. Building in vulnerable areas has to be a no-no. Throwing garbage in our drains. And I heard Senator Baptiste said they do not support the creep. They do not support Dominica becoming the world's first climate resilient country in the world, notwithstanding the fact that the international community has accepted it.
Madam Speaker, raising a point of order, please.
Well, you said so.
Madam Speaker, the member is making statement that I did not say in the House. Could you ask him? He's making statements that I did not say in the House during my presentation. That well, both, Madam Speaker, correction and order. Yeah. The point of order, Madam Speaker, is the fact that in my presentation, I was speaking to the bill. Okay, so let's take the other one. The correction. Thanks for the guidance. He anticipated, that's why he started, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I was just trying to correct him and say that I did say that. Madam Speaker, thanks for the lecture, but I'm basically trying to say. Madam Speaker, I'll take my...
Madam Speaker, he has taken 3 minutes of my time, with your permission. Going back to the topic beforehand, Madam Speaker, that going back to Senator Baptiste, he said that he supports Dominica's becoming the world's first nature isle. That's what he said. I wrote it down. And he doesn't, so which means by inference, he does not support our effort to becoming the first climate resilient country in the world. By inference. So, Mr. Speaker, going back to what he said, our practices, going back to the point I made just now, is also critical. We as a people have to be tidy. We have to be tidy. The parking of derelict vehicles all over the place, the dumping in our ravines and natural waterways, all those things are critical. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, it's important for the opposition and Dominicans and all of us on this side to change our general disposition as a people and to have a collective consciousness embracing the fundamentals of becoming the world's first climate resilient country in the world. It's not going to come with them, they're against it. The only party that is serious and competent to take us to that level is the Dominica Labour Party, Madam Speaker. So they have said, I don't even think that the leader of the opposition should speak again, because he has said that they do not support Dominica becoming the world's first climate resilient country in the world. What a shame. When the World Bank, when Canada, when America, the UN have embraced that, and they're all excited by that, the opposition, they call themselves the shadow government, is against it. What a shame, Mr. Speaker. And in closing, I said I'm going to be very short. Senator Baptiste, he was a future speaker, because when he was through speaking, they were tagging him. He attacked a public servant, the Secretary of the Cabinet, because a public servant doesn't have the privilege to defend his or herself in Parliament. And he made a big mistake, because the Cabinet Secretary, the Secretary of the Cabinet, is from Dodon area. But for the past 30 years, he has been living in Kenfield. So you have attacked my constituents. And I'm saying to you, when you do that, you're looking for trouble. And I'm saying to you, through you, Madam Speaker, that the Secretary to the Cabinet is a fine public servant, and we should applaud him for his efforts so far. Likewise, all of them will sit on the other side. So I think it's a low blow on your side to attack a public servant. But be careful, be careful. He carries a cross wherever he walks. He'll show it to you when you finish. That's it. So, Madam Speaker, I support this honorable measure. I think the Prime Minister, from day one, a couple of days after Hurricane Maria, went to the United Nations with one pair of shoes without socks on his feet and made a declaration. And from henceforth, the world has bought into that. Now, the onus is on us, and we have to lead from the front. And the greatest leadership ought to come from Parliament as servants of the people. The onus is on us to embrace this idea and to give currency to it. And we can only give currency to it by believing that we can get there. And we can only get there, Madam Speaker, together and under the Dominica Labour Party. I thank you, Madam.
Madam Speaker, I move that this House stands adjourned until 3 p.m. Suspended, sorry, until 3 p.m. this afternoon.
It has been moved and seconded that this honorable House be suspended until 3 p.m. this afternoon. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable House stands suspended until 3 p.m. this afternoon.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I would like to refer to my notes.
Pardon?
With your leave, may I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Or my speech? Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the bill before the House, the Climate Resilient Executing Agency of Dominica, or the CREED. And Madam Speaker, I've had the opportunity to discuss the bill with some individuals as well as constituents from the St. Joseph constituency. Madam Speaker, generally, the people are in support of the bill, and so am I. In principle, we are happy for the CREED, because in the CREED, in the agency, therein lies a structure whereby we can build a climate resilient Dominica, and we can have a structure in place where the international donors are comfortable to put their monies in. There were questions, however, that arose from my discussions with the people, and one of these questions, Madam Speaker, was whether there are laws in Dominica that deal with the construction of buildings or the construction of infrastructure, protection of the environment, whether there are laws in Dominica that deal with climate change. And of course, the answer to that is yes, Madam Speaker. One question that followed, however, was whether those laws that deal with the construction of buildings or the protection of the environment or climate change are weak laws, or are they bad laws? Or is it that no one seeks to enforce these laws? Another question, if no one seeks to enforce our laws that deal with the construction of buildings, the environment, and or climate change, whether the government intends to do something about the refusal to enforce the existing laws or address the difficulties experienced in enforcing those laws. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, one may ask, how does this bill fit with those laws in Dominica that deal with buildings, protection of the environment, or climate change? And I hope that the relevant minister provides this honorable House with the answers. I note that this bill is replete with redundancy mechanisms. If properly enforced, will bring about major financial savings for our nation. The bill seeks to superimpose, almost, a new governance structure over the existing public sector administrative and management system. Already, Madam Speaker, I note that in the preamble to the bill, the Prime Minister has dropped his call for Dominica to be the first climate resilient country of the world, and it now says the first climate resilient nation. Madam Speaker, the transitory enforcement and application of the provisions of the bill should bring about a downsizing of our cabinet from a present 19 ministers to a possible maximum of 6, inclusive of the Prime Minister. And that streamlining, Madam Speaker, will inevitably lead to major savings. That which I speak of shall manifest itself as I address several clauses of the bill and the accompanying regulations. Madam Speaker, if we look at clause 3 of the bill, one object of the bill is to promote the swift and cost-effective recovery of Dominica from climate-related disasters, and it's outlined here under 3.1a. I am aware that there are other bodies, such as disaster management bodies and other local institutions, with responsibility for management of the environment that carry out a similar objective. Madam Speaker, the other members of this Honorable House may also be aware of that fact. In the circumstances, I am sure that the members of this Honorable House will agree with me that it would be a good thing if the Creed is mandated or required to work in collaboration with those other bodies. No such provision is made in the bill before us. The Honorable Attorney General may consider making the necessary changes to clause 3 of the bill. I now want us to look at clause 4 of the bill, which states that there is established a board to be known as the Dominica Climate Resilience Policy Board. We should consider amending that clause for the reasons that I intend to give. Clause 4 of the bill provides for the Prime Minister to be a member and chairman of the Policy Board of the Creed. And normally, a minister is assigned responsibility for the administration of a department of government. The minister is not appointed a member of a board. Madam Speaker, Section 61 of the Constitution of Dominica provides us with a guide as to the allocation of portfolios to ministers. It therefore follows that if the Creed is not a department of government, there is no need for the Prime Minister to be on its board. The Honorable Attorney General may wish to help us by naming one body established by an Act of Parliament where a Minister of Government is named the chairman or a member of the board of that body. And I'm not speaking of Petro-Caribe. But then again, could it be the intention of the Prime Minister to carry out public sector administrative reform? With that being the probable cause, then the policy board he wishes to chair shall be the replacement cabinet. Madam Speaker, you see, the Prime Minister would need to explain to this Honorable House whether he intends to make certain minister portfolios redundant or that he is intent on imposing a duplicating governance layer on this nation. I say this new policy board's mandate shall be identical to the roles and responsibilities of the cabinet of ministers, hence the need for the redundancy. Will the Prime Minister, as policy board chairman, be paid an additional salary commensurate with his chairmanship duties while he is in receipt of his public service salary as the chairman of the Cabinet of Ministers. And in local parlance, Madam Speaker, what I'm asking for the benefit of the listening public is whether or not the Prime Minister is going to be paid a double salary. Madam Speaker, I am convinced that the composition of the policy board of the Creed is somewhat odd, and that is just to put it mildly. I am concerned about the duties intended to be assigned to the Secretary of the Cabinet under Clause 7 of the bill. And
one moment, I want members to understand, when the standing orders speak about tedious and repetitive, it's not only about somebody in the course of their contribution, but also when other people make the same argument. So this is the third time I'm hearing this argument. I hope that we will not hear it again. Okay, well, because that is what is tedious and repetitive, not only of the member of himself, but of other members as well.
I certainly understand, Madam Speaker. I'm just on my way to Portsmouth, so I'm just having to pass for St. Joseph. So if the others pass for St. Joseph on their way to Portsmouth,
I'm not geographically minded here. I'm speaking about speeches.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, and comprehension.
But Madam Speaker, this is how I view this, and I'm sure that the
and I'm telling you that you cannot do that.
I am guided, Madam Speaker.
Good.
I don't want to interrupt the Honourable, but I don't want to. I'm taking the opportunity as you've done it now, the Honourable Member. But I think I think this side of the House appears to be prepared to give a latitude, but she's not actually referring to a note, she's actually reading a prepared speech. I think she should take the opportunity the House has given her to do so without engaging in banter that might make somebody change their mind and opposed to the reading. What it is, you're not supposed to be reading the speech. Madam Speaker, well, since I'm being asked to deal with the matter formally, on a point of order, the standing orders require that members deliver their addresses, their submissions to the House, not read from a document. What I'm saying, Madam Speaker, I am not, or at least I was not minded, to oppose to the member reading on this occasion, but I was bringing it to her attention and to the House, attention of the House, that she is not referring to notes, she's actually reading word from word.
Just one moment, I will rule on that. Members can ask to read their speech as well as refer to their notes, once they ask first. She did, the member on her feet, Senator, did in fact say to refer, but I'm not going to split hairs here. When members rise to ask permission, they should say whether it's permission to refer or to read, okay? So, but I did hear her say refer to her notes.
Madam Speaker, is it that the House is asking me to make eye contact with everybody while I'm speaking, so that way they will know that I'm not reading?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Is the Attorney General asking me to stand up and make eye contact so that he will see that I am not reading?
No. I am ruling now. Forget about the AG. I stepped in, okay?
Yes,
and I'm telling you what I interpreted you to be saying, that you wanted to refer to your notes.
Correct, Madam Speaker.
So far as I've seen, you're reading. I'm telling you, if you need to read, you can ask to read. But referring to one's notes and reading are two separate things, both of which you can ask for.
So, Madam Speaker, well, I'm going to ask to, may I be granted the permission to read my notes?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
But you might want to recall what I said, about repeating what other people have said in their argument.
I am guided, Madam Speaker. Okay, so where was I? Madam Speaker, the duties. Okay, so we're in the CAPSEC. Okay, so I do not intend to question the professionalism of the Cabinet Secretary, Madam Speaker. However, I want to suggest that those functions are better suited for the Supervisory Committee of the Creed. And Madam Speaker, in Part 5 of the bill, we will see the functions of the technical subcommittee of the Creed. And in that subsection, Madam Speaker, we see clearly that the intention of the Prime Minister's vision to streamline the public service is aimed at making it more cost-effective to manage. My understanding is that the bill is dealing with, among other things, the concept of recovery after disaster, which would normally or naturally involve the rebuilding of homes, the rebuilding of structures, of homes, etc., Madam Speaker. And Clause 9B of the bill speaks specifically about the construction, the reconstruction, or restoration of physical or other infrastructure. I would therefore consider it a good thing if the minister responsible for public works, if not the Minister for Climate Resilience, is assigned the responsibility for the overall administration of the legislation when it is enacted. It similarly follows that the bill should contain some guidelines as to the skills, the competencies, and experiences of the members of the board. Consideration should be given to specify the relevant expertise, whether that expertise is in accounting, agriculture, management of the environment, law, disaster management, or information technology. Another defect noted in the bill, Madam Speaker, relates to the failure to require the appointment of members of the board to be made on the recommendation or the nomination of any expert group or special interest group. And the principles of sustainable development and management require the involvement of people in their governance. Questions have been raised about the unrestricted power of the Prime Minister to revoke the appointment of members of the board. And normally in a democratic country like Dominica, the principle of natural justice would apply in respect of the revocation of appointment of persons, except in the case of political appointments. The appointment of a minister of government is a political appointment, so the Prime Minister can fire any minister without cause. One may reasonably question whether the appointments of the members of the policy board are political appointments and are therefore not justifiable. Madam Speaker, I would want to believe that the Prime Minister must have reasons to revoke the appointment of any member of the board, and Clause 19(6) of the bill can provide guidance regarding the revocation of the appointment of a member of the policy board. I support the idea of the supervisory committee. It is in effect not replacing the cabinet of ministers, but having regard to my earlier comments respecting the duties intended to be assigned to the cabinet secretary, I strongly believe that the membership of the supervisory committee should be expanded to include the cabinet secretary, the permanent secretary, economic development, the coordinator of the office disaster management, the chief technical officer of works, and the director of physical planning. And these are just recommendations, Madam Speaker, that I'm making to the members on the other side. Many other questions can be asked about the other aspects of the bill, and for example, whether the employees of the Creed can be public officers. I want to believe that the establishment of the Creed is to create opportunities to transfer knowledge and technical know-how respecting climate resilience to the citizens of Dominica. If I am correct, Madam Speaker, the question that follows is whether there are strong reasons why public officers should be denied such opportunities. I adopt the comments of the Honorable Leader of the Opposition respecting clauses 13.5 and 13.6, and he will speak to those as well. He will speak to it. Acting Prime Minister, he will speak to it. Clauses 13.5 should not have the effect of negating or nullifying the functions of the Public Accounts Committee established under Rule 72 of the Standing Orders of the House of Assembly. And we have heard the Honorable Minister speak to this, and the opposition leader will elaborate on it. In any event, the duties and responsibility of the Parliamentary Oversight Committee should not be limited solely to the receipt of biennial reports from the Chief Executive Officer of the Creed, but rather the Oversight Committee should be equipped with subpoena powers to bring up before it anyone with information relevant to the administration and management of the Creed and to inquire into any matter it wishes in the public interest. And, Madam Speaker, there is a question of gender. There should be an express statutory provision respecting the obligation of the Creed to give due consideration to the needs of persons who are vulnerable on account of their age, gender, or disability. Madam Speaker, a closer look at the bill reveals what I have said before, that implementation of the Creed imposes another governance layer over the public service, which is at best duplicates in the discharge of its functions. Part 3, 8 to 15, clauses 8 to 15, provide for the Climate Resilience Execution Agency for Dominica. Clause 8 would establish the Climate Resilience Execution Agency for Dominica, and the functions of the Creed are set out in Clause 9. And the functions of the Creed include ensuring the climate resilience of the physical and other infrastructure of Dominica, coordinating recovery action following a climate-related disaster, identifying, developing, and recommending to the board climate resilient systems, and that is outlined in the bill, promoting the development of Dominica as a climate resilient nation, implementing major capital projects, preparing a Dominica climate resilience and recovery plan, and accounting to the board for the delivery of targets set out in the plan. No provision is made for the Creed to educate, however, the citizenry who are the ones required to apply climate change policies that would lead to the Commonwealth of Dominica becoming the first climate resilient nation. Clause 11 specifies the duties of Creed, which includes coordinating recovery action in relation to all relevant sectors, especially the key target areas which are to be prescribed. Madam Speaker, Clause 11 fails to speak to collaboration with existing departments in the discharge of their statutory duties. For example, the Office of Disaster Management. The law must speak to collaboration with other public institutions. Clause 12 would provide for the management of Creed by a committee which is to be known as the Creed Executive Management Committee. Clause 13 would provide for the Prime Minister to appoint the Chief Executive Officer of Creed on terms and conditions as the Prime Minister may dictate after consultation with the Supervisory Committee. The Chief Executive Officer shall be the accounting officer of Creed. Clause 14, Madam Speaker, speaks to the establishment of the major capital projects, and the major capital projects unit would be required to manage procurement for projects managed by Creed. So Clause 14 caters for the redundancy of Ministry of the Ministry of Communication and Works. Part 4 addresses financial matters. Clause 16 identifies the funds and resources of Creed. The funds and resources of Creed would consist of such sums. Mr. Sergio, when I have sat in the House as long as you have, I will put the paper aside and speak from the top of my head. In the meantime, sir, I like to do my research and prepare. There are many ministers who have sat in here for 18 years, and all we can stand and do is give mepwe. So how about you just allow me to do me?
Hello, excuse me. Excuse me.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Can you
continue? On yes, Madam Speaker.
Nice.
The funds and resources of Creed would consist of such sums as may be provided by the government for the purpose. Any grants made to Creed with the approval of the Minister of Finance by a person, body, or international organization, and all other monies or property which may in any manner become payable to or vested in Creed in respect to any matter. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister, at a public gathering recently, did say to the Dominican audience that infrastructural works being carried out at Mount Prosper was not being paid from your tax money or your VAT money. It is coming from monies the government ordinarily held. Will the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance assure this Honorable House that every financial resource disbursed...
There's a question time, you know, to ask questions. You do know that.
Disbursed to Creed would be the funds of the people. Madam Speaker, I am suggesting, therefore, that every dollar that is held by the Minister of Finance and all of the financial resources that is disbursed to CREED will be the funds of the people of Dominica. Clause 17 would require CREED to keep proper account of its transaction, and its accounts would be audited annually. Clause 18 would require the Chief Executive Officer to prepare and present an annual report to the Prime Minister within 6 months of the end of the financial year. Part 5 provides for the CREED Supervisory Committee, and Clause 19.1 would establish the CREED Supervisory Committee. Now, the committee would be constituted in accordance with Clause 19.2. So Clause 20 specifies the functions of the Supervisory Committee, which includes overseeing the assurance systems of CREED, appointing an external auditor for CREED, and ensuring that CREED has effective arrangements in place to provide assurance on financial management, audit, controls, and institutional governance. The Supervisory Committee would be required to appoint a subcommittee to be known as the CREED Audit and Risk Committee. Now, Part 6 deals with miscellaneous matters. I'm just going through the bill. Clause 22 would empower the minister to make regulations to give effect to the provisions of the agreement and the Act. Clause 23 provides for the Act to bind the states. Clause 25 provides that the Act would continue in force for a period of 4 years from the date of its amendments, unless the Prime Minister extends it for 1 further year by order subject to negative resolution of the House. Madam Speaker, it is in these clauses that the Prime Minister has declared war on the competencies of the executive officers of Dominica's public service. The Prime Minister has continuously reminded us that the country does not possess the technical skill sets within the public service to undertake major public sector projects, hence the need for the CREED. Madam Speaker, I wish to remind the Prime Minister that in his first ministerial portfolio as Minister of Education, he should have assessed the intellectual capacity of the public service and taken corrective action, like ensuring that young Dominicans were adequately trained to take their rightful place in the national development of Dominica. He failed so miserably, Ms. Cabinet, in that portfolio. That's why he could not finance growth of the diverse intellectual capacity required to manage growth in our country in his new portfolio of Minister for Finance, hence the reason for the CREED. There has been 14 years of inattention to capacity by this Labour Party government. And if our students had started school, had started to develop their expertise in the required skill sets, we would have graduated by now a large number of competent persons who could have taken up the positions that CREED currently has existing. Madam Speaker, let's address the power to make regulations as provided for in Clause 22. And I wish to commend the Prime Minister in this clause for finance, for having the draft regulations which is already before Parliament. He has made it, he has provided it, we have it in our hands. I welcome this development, for we of the parliamentary opposition have been articulating and clamoring for years the need to be transparent and accountable in the governance of our nation. Madam Speaker, there is need for the provisions in the regulation for the Parliamentary Oversight Committee to have the power to subpoena anyone functioning within the CREED to answer questions relevant to their functions and duties. These regulations provide for the Prime Minister to appoint a panel to be known as the CREED CEO Selection Panel. The panel should comprise of the Senior Economic Advisor to the Prime Minister or any other person selected by the Prime Minister as chairperson, 5 members with appropriate qualifications and experiences, 1 person nominated by donors that contribute to CREED's core funding, 2 persons nominated by the Prime Minister, 1 person nominated by the Leader of the Opposition, and 1 senior representative of the local or regional private sector nominated by the chairperson. A very interesting panel, Madam Speaker. It keeps power and undue influence within the sphere of the office of the Prime Minister. I wish to suggest that following the selection of the Chief Executive Officer, his appointment should follow an affirmative vote of Parliament, and this, Madam Speaker, would ensure that the people of Dominica would have a say in the functioning of the CREED.
You have 3 minutes left.
Okay, Madam Speaker. Finally, Madam Speaker, I take a look at the mandate of the Creed to strengthen my case made for the redundancy in the public service, inclusive of portfolio relocations within the Cabinet of Minister. For I read in Regulation 8 that the Creed shall coordinate recovery action in relation to the following key target areas: housing, transport and infrastructure, water and sanitation, and the list goes on, Madam Speaker. The bill is before the House, and everyone would see that these portfolios, Madam Speaker, reinforces the need for immediate streamlining within the public service in order to make us a more efficient and resilient nation. Therefore, one clearly sees the need to revoke the appointments of the ministerial portfolios of the ministers of housing. He must go. Public works must go. Ports and airports, he must go. The fisheries must go. Project management must go. Financial service, social services must go. Agriculture must go. Small business must go. Health and tourism must go. Economic development must go. Telecommunications and energy already gone. Madam Speaker, I am convinced that the bill in its present form, without amendments, is a recipe for human disaster, not a mechanism for the recovery from natural disaster. And I strongly urge the Honorable Attorney to support the call to amend the bill so as to bring it in conformity with our ethos and democratic way of life. To conclude, Madam Speaker, all of this said, scare it must go.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to make my contribution on the 2018 Climate Resilience Act. And Madam Speaker, we're looking at a 25-section act which will give life and legal authority to the CRID. And in principle, Madam Speaker, we on this side of the House, we support the CRID with some suggestions for some change in the Act. So I will seek, Madam Speaker, in my presentation to highlight some of the changes that we would love to see in this Act. Now, Madam Speaker, sitting in this Parliament, although he's not there at this time, he's a Minister for Climate Resilience. And I'm not surprised he's not there now, because I'm sure he feels left out in that the regulations and the laws of CRID, nowhere is he mentioned in this 25 sections. If he's the Minister of Climate Resilience and you have a CRID being formed, being set into motion, you would expect as a Minister of Climate Resilience to sit even at least on a policy board, but that is not the case. So I fully understand why he's not there. You see, Mr. Douglas took his seat at this time. So, Madam Speaker, it begs the question, was there a secret reshuffling of the cabinet? And the Prime Minister have taken that portfolio from the Minister of Climate Resilience, because we see that the Prime Minister is the one who will sit to chair the advisory committee. Madam Speaker, in Section 4, which deals with the establishment of the board, the policy board that is, as I mentioned before, it will be the Prime Minister who will chair that board or somebody appointed by him. In Section 5C, it speaks to a 4-year term of the CRID. And it begs the question, Madam Speaker, will we achieve climate resilience after 4 or 5 years? And what are we putting in place? Who are the technical people in the line ministries who will sit side by side with members of CRID to ensure that there is continuity after 5 years, to me, there's a gaping hole in the legislation where it doesn't say who will sit with the members of CRID, so that when the 4 to 5 year period is over, there will be a smooth transition. It cannot be assumed that total and climate resilience will be achieved after 4 to 5 years. Now, Madam Speaker, climate resilience, as I said before, it's a yearly undertaking, which means that we will have to come to this Parliament and request of this Parliament X amount for climate resilience activities. This calls, Madam Speaker, for the technical skills of a dedicated minister. And you wonder why we're not seeing such a minister being allocated to the CRID. So, Madam Speaker, the question is, who will take the torch when the 4 to 5 year period is over? Who will be taking that torch? In Section 9B, Madam Speaker, it speaks to the function of CRID to coordinate recovery action following a climate-related disaster, including construction, reconstruction, restoration of physical infrastructure. Madam Speaker, in 2015, we had a major climate-related disaster, and in 2017 we had another. This government and this cabinet was put to a severe test and failed the test in the sense of distribution of resources to the people of Dominica. A prime example, Madam Speaker, is the fact that 300 requisition forms still sit on the desk of the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica and Minister of Finance. After 1 year of following up, these 300 requisition forms have not been dealt with. I am hoping that the managers of CRID will take notice of the deficiencies that I'm pointing out, of people waiting for assistance in Roanoke and other constituencies who, these people are the most marginalized, elder citizens, senior citizens, still waiting for assistance. So I'm hoping we have the establishment.
Madam Speaker, I think the member is bordering on imputing improper. To say that he knows that there are 300 forms sitting on the Prime Minister's desk. I'm not sure that fact, but I think, Madam Speaker, and that old people and whatever, Madam Speaker, I think the member is imputing improper motives.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for overlooking the comment. What's that? Why you want me to withdraw? The 300 requisition forms? Well, I've been following up on a fortnightly basis, and so this is fact, Madam Speaker. But I withdraw. I withdraw, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that the suggested amendments to the Act will stop this administration by hiding campaign funds in the City Council.
Madam Speaker.
Okay. Okay, withdrawn, Madam Speaker. Withdrawn. I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that funds that pass through the City Council, funds which pass through the rural councils, which are used by ministers to assist people in a manner which is unfair.
Tell you something. Listen, you will have to go to one of your members to explain to you what imputing improper motive is, because it doesn't seem that it gets to your head. Let me explain you briefly what imputing improper motive. When you say that a minister goes to the council, you're imputing that they're taking the money. You can't do that. You can't do that. Can you not stand here and make a contribution without imputing improper motive on almost on every sentence? Is there nothing else you have to say?
Madam Speaker, I am saying that there are funds.
I know what you said, and I'm telling you, you can't say it without flouting the rules. And I'm sitting here, and I can't have you flout the rules.
So, Madam Speaker, I can't refer to funds which are in the City Council. I'm referring to the funds. in the city council. That's what I referred to.
What is the relevance of funds in the city council to Creed, please?
Well,
without
I'm
insinuating. Listen, if imputing improper motive is a phrase you can't grasp, can you grasp insinuate? I.e., saying something may be something that somebody is doing wrongly? I really don't know. I think your colleagues on your side should help you. Because this is all you do, stand here and impute improper motives. To me, that's what all you do.
So, Madam Speaker, I'm saying there are funds which come to the Roseau City Council and Urban Council that's used, it's intended for distribution to needy persons. And I'm saying that these funds are being abused. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
now,
this is what you're saying that is wrong. You are saying that somebody's taking, when you say it's abuse,
somebody, I said
you can't say that, please withdraw it. You just don't go there. Don't you have anything else? Do like the member, just read the act. I'll close my eyes and say, okay, you're not doing anything. It's only the second person doing it.
There's a concerted effort not to hear what I have to say, which I don't find necessary, because I know I have imputed improper motive.
The member.
Because I'm talking to fact of funds which went to the city council.
The fact of the matter is that, okay, you keep saying that people are doing things, and
I withdrew that, Madam Speaker.
Will you listen? You can't learn while you're talking, sir. I promise you. That's a law of life. I'm saying no, because I want you to understand. Once you say something that has a meaning that somebody is doing something wrong, that is imputing improper motive, and you cannot say that. You ought not to, and I'm not going to allow you to. So please, when you're preparing your contribution, stay away from all these allegations that you keep making, because they are imputing improper motive, and you can't do that. I hope I've reached some part.
How much time I have left, Madam Speaker? I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, that the warehouses we see all over the island, where building materials overflowing, I'm hoping that a stop comes to that. Now, Madam Speaker,
you just can't help it, eh?
Madam Speaker, what have I said that's wrong? What have I said that's wrong? There are warehouses all over the island. That's truth, that's fact. I didn't say who have the warehouses, but the people know who owns it. So, Madam Speaker...
What do you do with this man, body?
There's nothing you can do with truth, you know, Madam Speaker, and fact.
Member,
there's nothing you can do with truth and fact.
Please. Truth and fact is one thing, but since you can't prove it, you can say it here. Okay? You cannot impute improper notice that people are doing things here. There's another avenue for that, and that is what you'll have to go to. You can't do it here.
Yeah, what I'm saying hurts.
One moment, please. One moment,
yes,
please. Yes. What are you saying? Well, we did have a training session, but they never came.
We need legal training.
I got the Commonwealth people to come here, and they didn't come to the training session. Obviously, they think they know it all. I am aware of the standing order, you know, member, but...
Sit down, Madam Speaker, stop trying to lecture the Speaker.
It's the member, because I think he has a problem with the issue of imputation. So, but the fact of the matter is that whatever he's saying also has to be relevant to the subject under discussion. I mean, I think maybe that might be a concept that he might be able to more easily understand, since he's such an intellectual powerhouse.
Now, Madam Speaker, here is my recommendation. What I would like to see Creed address is the setting up of non-political relief committees made up of former police officers, former civil servants, religious leaders, who will be the ones responsible for assessing damage, allocating resources to their communities, and I believe that will be a better way to really deal with the whole question of allocation of resources after a storm.
Order, please.
Dominica, Madam Speaker, cannot afford to remain divided after major disasters. It cannot be.
Order, please. Order, please.
Get the resources, and others are waiting for more than a year. After Hurricane Maria, Madam Speaker, we had certain parliamentarians.
I don't want you to say this kind of thing. Oh my God.
What you don't want me to say? I haven't said anything yet, Madam
Because I know where you're going with this. You're so predictable. You don't even have an idea of how predictable you are. You said they're parliamentarians.
They are opposition parliamentarians, Madam Speaker, locked out of the distribution.
That does not make it any better that you're, when you...
So, Madam Speaker,
I give up.
In any...
Honestly, I give up.
You should, Madam Speaker, and he should too. So, Madam Speaker, despite several outreach to Prime Minister Skerrit in attempt to work with him, it was clear that he didn't want opposition parliamentarians involved, even if we are elected by our constituents. So, Madam Speaker, I am appealing to the CRID to look into the whole question of distribution of resources after a major sum so that we can fix this problem. Now, Madam Speaker,
I can't believe this. This is unreal.
The international funding agencies clearly have delivered a vote of no confidence in this government by the whole formation of this CRID. Because here you have 19 ministers which should be able, if they are functioning properly.
You've brought in another rule. This is the fourth time this argument is being made.
So, okay, Madam Speaker, I move on. Yes. So the question is, Madam Speaker, as I said, we support the broad principles of CRID, and all I'm seeking to do here is to make certain recommendations so that it could be improved. But I'm also aware that the opposition, soon to be the government, will be the ones to fix the problems and the deficiencies I see with the CRID. Madam Speaker, nowhere in these provisions do I see any consultation with the opposition leader. In the laws of Dominica, generally where there is a major body to be set up, you would see that there is need for consultation with the opposition, the leader of opposition. But we notice that in the formation of the CRID, there seems to be this deliberate or probably an oversight.
You've spoiled
an oversight, Madam Speaker, that there is that there is consultation with the opposition leader. I hope that this is not a move to subvert the precedent set in Dominica's constitution.
Please indulge me. You were going so well, but you had to introduce this.
I know I'm going well, you know, Madam Speaker.
Right, but you can't help it. Well. You can't help it. You didn't have to say that. It's not necessary to make your point. That's what I'm trying to tell you, you know. You can say so many things. I think, you know, you were going so well. Boom.
Tell me what I said and how I can say it better, Madam Speaker. Tell me what I said and how I can say it better. Let's have a learning session now. Let's have a live learning session. Tell me what I said and how I could say it better.
You were making an excellent point. Members, am I allowed to do this? Okay. No, but you see, the thing is, there is a member making
Shame on them, Madam Speaker.
You know what, I'm going to indulge him. Members, I'm going to indulge him this time. You were making a serious point. Yes. You were saying that, like, there's so many other times that there has to be some consultation going on. All you have to say is, it's a pity this is not happening here. Full stop. Your point is made. You didn't have to cast aspersions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. But remember, I am not the Speaker. Everybody have their style and their way. I didn't
a wrong style, not a wrong style.
I didn't improve improper motive there, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I didn't. You say you think I was going to, but I'm sure I didn't.
I give up. I tried. God knows I tried. Continue, member.
So,
Just can't help
Madam
it.
Speaker, I'm saying that the new government will fix the deficiencies that we see in the creed. We have the managerial creeds. You heard Senator Baptist earlier on. Some people scoffing, but secretly they're saying, yes, he's solid. We have the skills, we have the talent, you know, and we will make sure that the donor community, they are satisfied that there's a government in place which understands what they need to do to fix the legislation. Now, Madam Speaker, nowhere in the appointment of the key position to the policy board of the creed, we see the participation of the opposition. That's to strengthen the point I made earlier. And to me, there's something fundamentally flawed with that picture. And Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that this could be corrected. Now, Madam Speaker, even a basic thing like the dissemination of information prior to a storm, during a storm, and after the storm. You have discrimination also. There are certain media houses that are locked out of the information business. It shouldn't be. If there's a storm coming our way in Dominica, you want to ensure that all citizens are aware that the storm is coming. So how that could be fixed is that we put into legislation the whole question of a simulcast, so that folks who have preference for one radio station or another radio station can all benefit from information from government. So as is now, I'm saying it is not resilient communication to leave out certain media houses. So, Madam Speaker, with these few words, you know, this is my contribution to the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too want to make my contribution on the bill before this Honorable House, the Climate Resilience Bill that will enact the creed. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Senator Francine Barron, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, presented the bill to this House. And it appears, or it is, in my understanding, and to the common understanding of the people, that the creed is not just about resilience, Madam Speaker. Resilience is just a cliche. What we understand and we see about the creed is more about an oversight government on the critical issues of project planning, implementation, monitoring, financing, and those things, Madam Speaker. And creed being launched on the 9th of March, Madam Speaker, we on this side of the House, we give our full support to such a bill. But Madam Speaker, we have to compare how this creed operates on a parallel with the executive of the government, the cabinet, Madam Speaker. And we have heard different questions being put, and these questions are very important and logical so that we know where we intersect, because if two things run parallel, they'll never meet. But for things to work, certain ministries must intersect. There must be some partnering, there must be some collaboration, Madam Speaker. And if we do not take heed of these things, we will see serious problems with the accounting officers, particularly the permanent secretaries, the CTOs, Madam Speaker. People need to know what they have to do, when they have to do it. They need to be held accountable, and this is where the monitoring part goes into that creed component. The whole success cannot be about resilience talking. We need to see outcomes, Madam Speaker. We've articulated that on several occasions in the House, in my contributions, in my other fellow colleagues' contributions, and these have been swept under the carpet. And I question, Madam Speaker, in the history of our independence and climate change on Dominica, Madam Speaker, I question it, haven't our country and our people been declared resilient people after going through all these hurricanes, all these storms, all these situations, and once again, after 18 years, Madam Speaker, of mismanagement of an economy? Madam Speaker, you have to be a resilient people to really survive that, Madam Speaker. Yes. So our people are there already. The people are there. Where we are not there with the creed is with the administrative capacity, the political will to move with that rebuilding in conjunction with using our local people, our local human resource persons, to make sure that we can get something out of it, Madam Speaker. We have to show better accountability in this regard, Madam Speaker. So, comparing all these functions, these responsibilities, results is requested, and CREED is that body, is that interface that will show guidance to our people, to our country's future, as it moves in rebuilding and reconstructing better for about 4 years, as I read in the bill, Madam Speaker. That's the time life I see in the bill. And that begs to the question of succession planning, Madam Speaker, of the good things that the CREED sees for the economy and for the growth of the people of Dominica. So, Madam Speaker, I am asking, how do we show ownership to that CREED? Where does the ownership come from? Is it from just reading a bill and talking about resilience every time and saying that you just did some houses, you gave some houses to the people of Petit Savan after Tropical Storm Erika? Madam Speaker, I suggest that we have to do better than that. We need to start with our education curriculum. We have to look at that very seriously, Madam Speaker. If we do not go back to the education curriculum and look at what we teach our children, bring civics back in school, in the primary school, in the secondary school, bring the technical trades in those schools, we are talking about human resource development and empowerment. It has to start down there. It's not for me, Madam Speaker. It's not for me. I have contributed towards it significantly pro bono already at the State College, Madam Speaker. I've contributed pro bono at the State College, Madam Speaker. And I can still do it, Madam Speaker. And I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that these areas that we are talking about, and when we speak about resilience, Madam Speaker, we have to show that our people understand those things. We have to break it down. You know, this is not a bill just for Parliament. This has to be something owned by the children, by the young people who were just 1 year old when this government came in office, and they're going to be 18, 19 years old. Yeah. Where are the skills that we talk about that they should be resilient? How did we empower them? Did we empower them just with a tablet? And today, there is nothing to show about how to do with that tablet. Did we empower them with technology concerning energy like solar power and those things that we saw the need for after a disaster? Did we empower them in communication technology, where when we see that the telephone, the cell phone system failed, that they could use ham radios and those things, Madam Speaker? We need to talk about practical things, Madam Speaker. These cliches are long gone, and I think that the government is following the step that they have been really tired, Madam Speaker, and they're on their way out, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Section 8 and Section 10 of the CREED bill speak to the functions of CREED, and I'm asking ourselves, with the functions of CREED, Madam Speaker, defined in Section 8 and 9, what are our immediate and what are our present situations, and how do we bridge that gap between between rebuilding from the hurricane and continuing on an economic growth stature, Madam Speaker.
Where's the P?
I would like to see how we deal with that, Madam Speaker. It appears to me, Madam Speaker, that the cabinet, the executive cabinet, is mandated to provide the plans as to where Dominica should be after the hurricane, so that CRID now will come and look at it and recognize and advise and say, well, these are the priority areas. I would like this Honorable House to really tell the public what are our priorities, Madam Speaker. In Section 14.1 of the CRID bill, we saw something assigned to CRID called the Major Capital Projects Unit. A Major Capital Projects Unit, Madam Speaker, I would want to believe would deal with matters of infrastructure, Madam Speaker. Matters of infrastructure that we need for the future, that would expect that after a disaster, when you clean something up, that you can use it. It can bring benefit to the country. And that can happen in many sectors, Madam Speaker. For example, in the ports, I refer to the seaports and the airports, Madam Speaker. I refer to agriculture. And before I even continue, Madam Speaker, when I talk the sea, I talk about the sea and the airports. Madam Speaker, I must make reference to the amount of money that we continue spending at Melvin Hall and not continuing the international airport project. This is not a resilient approach. The resilient approach has to be to continue an international airport development. If you cannot do that, and you continue putting money in Melvin Hall, you will get nothing out of it. You'll get nothing. It will be worse. It will be worse than taking out, you have 10, and you take out the 0 from it, you might think you have 9, but you'll have 1. It will be a worst case scenario than that. And we continue to see these things happening, Madam Speaker. But I can tell the people of Dominica that when we come in and we have 10, we'll add a 0 to it, we'll not get 11, we'll get 100, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this is very important. When I spoke about the feeder roads, Madam Speaker, this is part of the infrastructure support that we need for the agricultural sector, Madam Speaker. As we rebuild, we are cultivating, we are empowering farmers. The monies given to the farmers last year, Madam Speaker, I would not expect that if, God forbid, that a hurricane comes along next year, Madam Speaker, that we cannot have enough food. I want to have enough food for Peter Seja, Madam Speaker, the honorable member for La Plaine. I think people have been tired with all the macaroni, so some dashing would be very good for him, Madam Speaker. We are tired with all the macaroni, Madam Speaker. So what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, after spending how many millions in the agricultural sector, 3 months, 6 months down the road, we should have crops that our food bank should be looking well. Yes. The surplus, we should be exporting, Madam Speaker. We have to be looking at this kind of resilience and sustainable development. We don't just go and give people money because, we want them to support us. No, Madam Speaker. We have to put that CRID bill in a position that our actions in government reflect that we are for national economic development, Madam Speaker. It must state that. Otherwise, there will be no resilience to any millions of dollars put in it, similar to the monies put in the agricultural sector last year, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, major infrastructure projects that we need are bridges. Madam Speaker, we are in need of bridges in this country. I did ask a question sometime, Madam Speaker, concerning our bridges, which are on a schedule, the temporary bridges are on a schedule to be placed on converting them to permanent bridges, Madam Speaker. I also asked a question, Madam Speaker, about the agricultural sector, because it will bring benefit to the people. It will bridge that gap between the poor and the very rich. It will make less people go to the red clinic too. When you have farmers producing, when you have them can go to your farm, to their farm, when you have bridges that people can cross over those rivers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak about the capacity building as we look at the creed. I want to look at the capacity building, Madam Speaker. The capacity building in awarding our local contractors, Madam Speaker, is important. I think we need to give priority to a lot of major local contractors. Give them some big contracts, Madam Speaker. You have to develop our construction sector. We also want to look at innovative ways of utilizing aggregates brought down by the rivers together with the river management plan and all those cleaning up, and also the soils and all those things. We have to bring some innovative ways in how we use all those things. Show that we can get something back. As well as, Madam Speaker, water. Water. Dominica has pristine water and probably the best water in the world, Madam Speaker. And we cannot even give ourselves water after 2 days of rain. We don't even have to wait for another hurricane or a storm, you know. So that is what I'm saying. Let us stop going with those cliches about resilience. Let us build the structures that we need. And let us show the functions of those structures working, Madam Speaker. Because I'm telling you, Madam Speaker, as soon as this house is dissolved, I'll be out there winning that Maho seat and show my people how I can bring it back. I will be out there showing them in real terms, no big vibes, just real terms, to trust the real, able, technical people on the United Workers' Party team with an able leader, Madam Speaker. Real terms, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would want to continue on the water systems. Our water systems need to be upgraded, Madam Speaker. The WASCO have been doing the best. Our health system, Madam Speaker, our health infrastructure, we know where we are in terms of our health infrastructure, Madam Speaker. We're seeing every day certain incidents are happening, and we have to respond in a certain manner, in an emergency manner, and all those things are telling us is where we are. And it shows us that we are so many notches behind, and we need to climb. We have a lot to do in our climbing, Madam Speaker. We have a lot to do in our climbing. That means there are local professional persons in water, in health, in agriculture, in energy, in communication, in all those sectors that when a disaster comes, they can advise on how to get it out. And they can decide now, they can put, their input is necessary in advising our government where we should be, Madam Speaker. And sadly, Madam Speaker, I always say, if I were to be an ordinary politician, I would not like to be a politician that just comes in and meet a project going and stop it because it was not that of my political party's doing. I think that is bad politics, Madam Speaker. That's vindictive politics. I would want us on both sides of the House, if we talk about love and we talk about bipartisan politics, in that creed should have a function, and I'm calling for it, Madam Speaker, that's my amendment, in that creed bill, it should have a function that any plan and program that the creed really support as a project and financing, it should continue no matter who is in office, Madam Speaker. And I've seen our people, our country have been deprived of many economic development and prospects, Madam Speaker, because we just stop things because our party did not start it or initiate it, Madam Speaker. It is very petty, Madam Speaker. And really, the Honorable Deputy and Prime Minister can tell you, I am too old for that now. He can tell you, I am too old to deal in this petty politics. If we meet something that's good and we say in the creed, let us define it, that it needs continuation, and you have to do it. Okay? We have to do it, Madam Speaker. Too many things have been put aside because the party did not start it or initiate it, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in our system of government, Madam Speaker, it appears to me that some of our members of parliament do not really understand or don't send out the clear message as to the position of the need for an opposition party, and the word is not literally to oppose everything that the government brings, right? And my former teacher is clapping that, Miss Catherine Daniel, my former teacher is clapping that. She need to teach them the way she taught me, Madam Speaker. She must teach them the way she taught me. Catherine, Honorable Catherine, you need to teach them for me, please, to let them understand that. They need to be able to define those terms. The parliamentary opposition is an entity. It's part of the democratic process of governance. So you always need an opposition to direct and guide you as to where to go, Madam Speaker. And we have been doing that very well, Madam Speaker. Very well. We all try and come and bring it out. Very well. Madam Speaker, with that implementation of the creed, the finances are always there. And we see the foreign donors coming out with a serious stash to our countries. But here it goes. A significant contribution, a significant pledge. But we have to draw those things down, Madam Speaker. We need to draw them down. How do we draw down these pledges? It is within the creed system, Madam Speaker. We understand that clearly, Madam Speaker. We do understand that clearly. And what I want to say there, do we look at the dollars first or we look at the plans? Where are the plans? Where are the plans that the government has to put to define that creed and that project that we're talking about that needs to be financed so the monies can be drawn down, Madam Speaker? We need to bring those plans together, Madam Speaker. And it seems that on the matter of not duplicating matters, which I saw in the creed, it seems that they want to avoid quite a lot of red tape, Madam Speaker, which is good. But, Madam Speaker, we know the existing bureaucracy can be a problem. It can be a problem, Madam Speaker. We know that. We know that the Constitution gives the same PSCs and CTOs, the accounting officers, certain latitude and powers over the ministers, Madam Speaker. There is oversight, an oversight committee for the creed. We want to ensure that things go in properly, Madam Speaker. Reform may be needed in every ministry, Madam Speaker, especially the key ministries of communications and works, housing, agriculture, communications, the whole infrastructure, and health network, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I have not been convinced by the other side, by the government side, that they have the willingness and the fortitude to really look at it like this, Madam Speaker, to call a spade and say, that is where we are. Tell us where we are. For instance, tell us where we are with the 1,000 homes that we promised or the 5,000 homes we have promised. Tell us where we are, Madam Speaker. Tell us where we are. Tell us where we are in everything. Can I be the Prime Minister again? The Prime Minister has too many doctorates and that have him all in another place. Tell us where we are. We need to be able to say, look, people, we have 1,000 homes to build. Within 1 year, within 2 years, you cannot be taking how many terms to build 1,000 homes or 5,000 homes. No. We need to have a serious economic plan. 1 week, yeah, 1 week. 1 week, 1,000 foundations, okay? So we have to look at what infrastructure you need to develop to put those things in order. You need to do it. I can understand you are tired. I can understand that the government have tried their best, Madam Speaker, and I'm telling you straight, the people of Dominica deserve more. And the government, I think, have done sufficient to say that's where we are. That's where we are. And they're asking the people of Dominica, when the House is dissolved, to vote the United Workers' Party, vote the thing to be able to propel them further. And I know that the diaspora will be waiting, will be happy, so that there will be, and there is, a Dominica dream that they can aspire to. They can feel worthy of coming back to something in Dominica. Yes, yes. We want to give our people out there that hope that they can come back to better health systems, better water systems, better housing projects, right? Better agricultural system, Madam Speaker. It's not about promises and jokes. We want to empower our people, wipe out the poverty class, and build back our middle class, Madam Speaker. And that is what resilience will be about. It will be about doing just those things, Madam Speaker. Absolutely. So, Madam Speaker, in winding up, I want to give my full support to CREED. I want to put my full support to CREED, and I'm telling you straight, I want to send a message to everyone who is working in each departmental section, in every ministry, to play their part. Your part is necessary to play. Play your part well. And Dominica is ours to build, and the United Workers' Party will take it from there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the Climate Resilient Execution Agency in full. But I will be very short today, Madam Speaker, because this is a very, very clear bill we are presenting here today at the Parliament building. I must say the members of the opposition are totally misled, actually distracted. And as my mentor would have said to me sometime last week, that when you have a distracted opposition pushing distraction, they themselves become distracted and they lost their way completely. No, having said that, I've listened to all the presentations today, and I don't need to read to present this bill at all, because it's there, and you need to listen right now. Having listened to the members on the other side today, Senator Isaac, I must say, I usually listen to Senator Isaac because I think he's the most educated man on that side, and a former planner. And as a former planner, I like to listen to him because we're talking about physical planning and infrastructure and development. But as the young senator mentioned this morning, my good friend Senator Isaac was really stuck in 1979. And I respect that. It's a young modern man really with a vision, and he saw that. And I lived that period as well too. And I can speak of agriculture in that period as well too. And I heard the members on the other side speak of CREED and agriculture and infrastructure, which I'll share a little bit on. And having come from the public service, I think I have a fair understanding as to the deficiencies of the public service, which I was born in and I'm part of and I was raised in. So let's understand this thing in context. This bill here on climate resilience, to take this country to the next level, and we have to understand that based on our location, we are prone to natural disasters. Just last night we were reminded of what it is to be jolted by plates. We felt that last night, and our heart may have skipped a little bit. Mine did for sure, but I saw how swaying with me in there. This bill is a bill that is presented here in Parliament today, such that in the event of a natural disaster, be it a hurricane, be it an earthquake, be it what it may be, that we have the necessary legislation and structure such that we can tap the necessary resources. Now, points were raised about the public service and sidelining them. That's not true at all. If you were to take time to understand the CREED and what we want to do, it is to build capacity. It has a lifespan, and it can be extended to another year. We know that. It's not a thing that we're going to use for life. We can't be in the CREED mode for life. We wouldn't be in the CREED mode for life. But after having been struck by Hurricane Maria, I must admit that was brilliance on the Prime Minister. Brilliance. I'm not a man who just say things just for saying sick. If something is good, I'm going to say it's good. And not because He's my leader. But when, no, let's not sweet, let's be sweet by that. That was brilliance and well articulated. And the world bought into it. And there are countries right now that want to do the same thing, but Dominica is ahead right now. And the opposition members, you must be part of it. You all refuse to be part of it. You all stayed away from all meetings. You all played games with it. We are part of it. We know what's happening. After Erica, we brought you all in. We discussed. Fellas like to say, make some strange jokes. You all came there. We had a good time in cabinet. We shared a few sandwiches and a little juice. Then you all left. And you all went on the streets and you all blame us. That's not good, fellas, because we embraced you all, you know. We embraced you all. And then what we did there now, Maria came. Maria struck us even much stronger. I mean, we're not going to waste time this time and say, call you all in again and let's discuss, because we know what we expect from you all. So we have decided to coin our own bill here, see the creed, and we're going to move with it. Now, y'all, we're going to have to, I'm happy to hear some of the members on the other side agreeing that it's a good bill, you know. I must say, I'm very impressed by that. But then I understand the climate we're in. Y'all probably think down the road, a bell might ring, and y'all came here to play a little politics today. That's understandable. But let us deal with the matters here. Let us deal with it here. Y'all try to crucify the Prime Minister in this bill, saying about how can he be in charge of so many things. He's the Minister of Finance of the country. And the finance minister has to be in charge of certain things. This government is not a government that's going to allow that kind of a crazy system to run the country. You have to have control. And then we have reputable ministers here. We all in charge. You all came here, no, we speak in creed, and that is how some of the comments, because the various layers of this bill speaks. Relax. You all came here to crucify the Prime Minister this morning in this bill. Every single one of you here. We have to take that off, because no one said about the brilliance of the articulation of the first climate resilient island country on earth. The whole world has bought into it. All the international agencies have come down here. They have visited and they've seen what this country is doing. We got assistance from the EU, from Canada, from the UK, you name it, to develop this bill. No international agency is going to put millions and billions of dollars into your consolidated fund. Who's going to do that? These things are not done. These things are not done. So it shows clearly that you all don't understand this bill, and then we have to really try to educate you all on it. I'll be honest with you. I listened to it. I listened to all the presentations, all of them. And to be honest with you, they were off track. The one that brought, and you're on track right now, the one that brought, that really, really hurt me a bit is when you try to sideline the public officers from the government. Gentlemen, I am the Minister of Public Works. I know what we have to deal with in this country, and we are moving along. It's costing us a lot of money. We don't have the capacity on island right now to take on the challenges of Dominica. Right. You got in some hours, you got about 15, 20 years of destruction for this whole country. You have a public service. I mean, I feel sorry for my public officers. They are burnt out. It's a lot for them. And sometimes we put pressure on them. But they just cannot go more. They're still affected. They feel still challenged. And yet still you come here and say, we are sidelining them. Never. Don't do that to us. By trying to get a little vote from them in creed, saying that, don't do that, fellas. Because if you already know the truth of this creed and our public officers, you already know for sure that this government has not sidelined these public officers. As a matter of fact, I heard you all mention about the jobs under creed and availability. To be honest with you, if you look at all the advertisements we put out there, we are looking for civil engineers as I speak, for the WASCO, for the ministry. We don't have them in Dominica. Gentlemen, you all need to take your time, understand this program, understand what we're trying to do here. Stop opposing. Sorry. Stop opposing for opposing's sake. As you mentioned here earlier on, use the opposition more. But I mean, let us be very honest about this thing now. Use the opposition more for what? I mean, the senator from Mr. Thomas, I listened to you, and you said use the opposition more. The opposition really and truly, ladies and gentlemen, members of the government side and members of the opposition, you're only there for opposing. That is your role. You do it well too. And then sometimes you do it in a destructive manner. It's not constructive. And I want to urge you all, as we move forward, and you all are placing yourselves on record for possibilities in life. Mark you, this is not a dream, this is a nightmare. That will never happen. That will never happen. No, it's not. No, that's not after all. Nightmare and dream, that's two English words, eh? Yeah, so, members of this honorable house, I'm not going to be too long, but what I want to say...
I just want you to remember you're speaking to the speaker,
yes,
and then the members, okay?
Madam Speaker, I really apologize for that, you know, but Madam Sister, sometimes, you know, the passion kicks in, and when it's flowing, you have to bring it out. So I'm trying to be very respectful today, because, Madam Speaker, I have a habit of referring to the colleagues, the members of the opposition, as them fellas, but I'm trying my best not to do that today. So I'm trying to address them properly, so I'm sorry if I may have missed out a little bit and not did a glance at the chair, Madam Speaker. But however, getting back on track now. So what I'd like to say with this bill, and to the population generally, and those who are listening to us right now about this bill is a bill presented by the government of Dominica, as articulated by our Prime Minister in terms of the CREAD. Now, the CREAD is an execution agency that's going to be taking care of the larger projects. It has a number of different layers under it, and I'll be honest with you, most of the layers, all of the layers are safeguard mechanisms. You all are very concerned sometimes about international agencies putting their funds into the government program. These funds are not meant for the consolidated fund. It will not go there. They will not put their money there. But we have to put a number of layers there to make sure it is done properly. Just for your information, recently I met with the World Bank, and the same agriculture money the members of the opposition spoke about in terms of we played around with it. That is so sad. It was so sad. I was part of it. And you stay on the other side and you speak about agriculture and resilient agriculture. Well, I'll be honest with you, as an agriculturist myself, I think some of you all may have missed what it is in terms of resilient agriculture. Resilient agriculture has to do, and the World Bank project is one of them technically under this program that will feed into programs that, and those to come can feed into programs that in terms of how we look at resilience in agriculture. But most of us here, we plant, so we know what's happening. Yes, we have to go back to the windbreaks. Yes, we have to go back to the sheltered valleys. Yes, we have to go down to resistant and tolerant varieties. Yes, we have to go down to ground provisions and under, beneath the soil type crops. Now, speaking of resilience and bananas, we can't speak that way because the pseudo system cannot stand it. But we have to look at planning. And you cannot store potatoes for 10 years, say talking about food reserves. No, it has to be done annually. And we have to make sure we put in these crops such that during the hurricane season we can harvest. Because there's nothing we can do, members of the opposition, through you, Madam Speaker. So, yes, we come here and bring up the fancy words about agriculture. Dominica is not a joke. I don't know if you all are aware of it, but Dominica is not a joke. This is a beautiful country. It's lovely, but it's a difficult country. You all won't know that because you all have not been there long enough. You all won't know that. We had the hurricane some time ago. I think it was called the Hurricane UWP, Madam Speaker. It wrecked our financial system. It wrecked our whole financial system. And I see my good friends on the other side, members of the opposition, sitting there with some stern faces and not going back to the days of Hurricane UWP, Madam Speaker. It was a bad period in my life. I felt it. It wrecked this country. This country was saved by this Dominica Labour Party, and now it's going to be saved further by the creed. Relax, brother man, relax, relax, relax. And by the creed now, which all of you here, you all don't understand it at all. And this creed is what's going to take us forward in terms of the bigger projects. Now, I want to close, Madam Speaker, but I'm not going to be long because, I mean, what's coming from the other side, really and truly, we are really wasting our time here today. Let's pass this bill, let's move so we can start to work. This has a lifespan of about 4 years. It will build capacity in the public service. I'm looking forward to the Ministry of Public Works and all the other ministries to build capacity such that it can be wind over and then we can get our public service kicking. You all don't know about the public service. I was born in it. I was raised in it. I worked in it. Now I'm at the policy level, and I want to build that capacity back in our public service, and I see no other way by this helping us in that. Most of you all don't know about the project. You mentioned about the water project in the East and building resilience. Yes, that's true. We have an abundance of water. We have serious water insecurity. But it's not because of this government wanting it so. No government before did that. But we have projects coming on stream right now where we're going to build that capacity such that we can have the water reserves, pure water, such that we can take this country to that level. The other one that was very, very informative there as well too is in terms of the roadways. Look at what happened to us sometimes during these hurricanes. And look at the amount of money that was washed away when the Minister of Foreign Affairs delivered the bill this morning, when she spoke about GDP and the loss. Gentlemen, let's be real. And we can pay our politics, but let us make sure we understand this bill properly. And yes, let's play a little politics, no problem. But let's not play with the future of Dominica, because this creed is for the future of Dominica, our children, and those to come. And if we didn't do something as a government, the Labour Party government, if we didn't do something like that, y'all will never come, but y'all could never do it. So, Madam Speaker, with these few words, I don't want to end here to say, but I just wanted to lend my voice here from the Ministry of Public Works point of view. And I'm really looking forward to this creed coming on stream to help me, because there's so many projects around this country. There's so many projects we have to implement. But, Madam Speaker, we don't have the manpower. We need some more funds to run the program. This country is lovely, but we need more funds. I need more capacity. So I see this as a form of helping to build capacity in my ministry, such that we can take it to the next level and for the future. I say thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, thank you. In the interest of maximizing intelligent use of the limited time, Madam Speaker, I'm going to seek your leave under Standing Order 41-8 to read from my notes and to read from extracts of selected papers. That's okay, Madam Speaker? Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, first of all, I want to observe, as we debate this resilience matter, the absence of the Prime Minister from this debate. He didn't seem to be resilient enough to make today's debate, resilient to the conflicting demands on his time to be here for this debate. And I note as well that the resilience of the Resilience Minister seems to be challenged as well, preventing him from being present for today's debate. There also appears to be some resilience challenge that the Deputy Prime Minister is undergoing. He was apparently not resilient enough to present the bill in the absence of the Prime Minister. And so I want to commend the Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs for her resilience in standing this morning to present the Climate Resilient Act of 2018. In the course of today's debate, Madam Speaker, much has been made on the other side about a perceived lack of understanding of the bill on this side and a lack of interest in the resilient development of Dominica. They make the observations which they know essentially to be untrue. And so, Madam Speaker, just for clarification, before I get into some specific observations about the bill, I want to make it clear that our vision is to make Dominica the nature island of the world, which means protecting and developing our natural resources, building an ideal, resilient nature island society, and a sustainable nature island economy. The nature island of the world will naturally be a model of living in harmony with the natural environment and a model of climate resilience. So climate resilience is only part of our overall strategy to build the nature island of the world. And yes, Madam Speaker, we would engage a legally established special purpose agency to facilitate effective implementation of the Nature Island Strategic Plan. This agency, for clarity, working in harmony with the ministries and departments of government would be used. 2, create a success story of Nature Island citizen engagement and participation that brings government, people, business, civil society groups, and neighborhoods in a collective effort to make Dominica the real, authentic, one and only nature island of the world. We would use this agency to establish a nature island context for education and healthcare and ground them in the scope and human development benefits of our natural resources. We would use an agency of this nature to infect the culture with the values, attitudes, and behaviors that will allow our ecosystems, our biodiversity, to support our sustainability. And we'd use an agency of this nature to establish disaster prevention and management systems that will prevent loss of life, avoid fatal damage to administrative, social, and economic systems, mitigate damage to public and private property, and achieve speedy recovery and reconstruction. We would use such an agency, Madam Speaker, to set and achieve aggressive targets for water quality, for food security, for clean air, green businesses, green jobs, climate resilience, minimizing our carbon footprint, and reducing consumption and eliminating waste. We would use an agency of this nature to complete the shift to renewable energy technologies, to connect the transportation sector to renewable energy through electric mobility. We would use such an agency to place priority attention on environmentally friendly design and construction of buildings that will minimize environmental impact and allow nature to work for us instead of working against nature and thereby driving up energy consumption. Madam Speaker, it is in this context that we understand the intentions of the bill for an act to provide for the Climate Resilient Execution Agency of Dominica Creed. The bill sets out an institutional arrangement in which the critical components include: 1, the Dominica Climate Resilience Policy Board, established at Section 4. 2, the Secretary of the Cabinet, and responsibilities under Section 7. 3, the Climate Resilience Executing Agency for Dominica under Section 8. 4, the CREED Executive Management Committee established under Section 12. 5, the CREED Parliamentary Oversight Committee established under Section 13.5. 6, the CREED Supervisory Committee established under Section 19. And 7, the CREED Audit and Risk Committee established under Section 21. This, Madam Speaker, is the governance structure proposed for the climate resilient development of Dominica. The presentation of the bill and the support for it in this House so far from the other side indicates that the sponsors of this bill are well aware that it is inadequate to accomplish much of what the pronouncements claim it will achieve for Dominica, and it is said to provide for good governance and corporate management protocols that are actually not included in the bill. We have, for example, Madam Speaker, the preamble making special mention of equality and equal participation in decision-making. However, there appears to be no meaningful inclusion of such principles in the bill. The Climate Resilience Policy Board, for example, will be chaired by the Prime Minister, who will appoint all other members of the board and have unrestricted power to revoke appointments of members of the board without cause. There is no involvement of the parliamentary opposition, no civil society representation in the composition of the Dominica Climate Resilience Policy Board, and no mechanism to ensure meaningful participation by civil society in the decisions of the board or in the formulation of the Dominica Climate Resilience and Recovery Plan or the work of the Climate Resilience Executing Agency for Dominica, apart from Section 11.3, which requires community engagement and consultation, but not equal participation in decision-making. In other words, a token civil society representative is found on the CREED Supervisory Committee. The preamble, Madam Speaker, also states that the CREED shall operate at the highest standards of transparency, financial management, and accountability. However, again, there is no reflection of these principles in the manner in which the CREED Chief Executive Officer, for example, is appointed by the Prime Minister under Section 13, or in establishing the terms, conditions, salary, and other benefits to be paid to the CEO. Although the regulations do provide for the appointment of a CEO, CREED selection panel, in the interest of transparency and accountability, it is considered that these important provisions should be included in the bill rather than in regulations which can be very easily changed. There is also, Madam Speaker, an apparent conflict of interest in Section 14.6, which provides that notwithstanding any other law, CREED may enter into a memorandum of understanding with an entity for the purpose of establishing standard operating procedures for the issuing of permits or other approvals by the entity in relation to projects managed by the CREED. This provision appears to grant CREED the power to direct other government entities on how and when to issue permits or approval for CREED projects. Madam Speaker, let me go back to, or we'll go back to that later. Let me note that Section 9 of the bill does not expressly vest CREED with neither the function nor the responsibility to manage any funds. I'm further noting that Section 16 does not make it clear whether a special fund is established pursuant to Section 10 of the Finance and Administration Act of 1994, the existing law of Dominica. This is a very important issue because many donors are going to be unwilling to place recovery funds in the consolidated fund due to issues of transparency and accountability by their own treasuries. And since funds are to be paid to CREED by the government, the account will be precluded from being a trust fund as provided for under Section 11 of the Finance and Administration Act of 1994. And therefore, that will severely restrict any opportunity to secure funding from the certain other funding partners, including agencies that have already indicated a preference for that kind of arrangement. It is also noted, Madam Speaker, that the bill has a limited life, 4 years, plus maybe another one. And that's interesting because it was in New York at the high-level pledging conference for Maria and Irma affected islands in the region on the 21st of November in 2017 that the international community first heard about the Creed. What the Prime Minister said there was the unprecedented challenge we face has led us to take the unprecedented decision to build an execution agency outside of our standard public service systems. We're calling it CREED. The mission is to coordinate all reconstruction work to avoid duplication, maximize economies of scale, spot and fill critical gaps, avoid bureaucratic infighting, and ensure all reconstruction activities are focused on a single climate resilient recovery plan developed by Dominica and its partners. November 21st, 2017. Where is the plan? More than 1 year later. And I make that observation to put on the table the seriousness or lack thereof that the public can expect from this administration when it comes with this bill to Parliament with a commitment to take it forward on the climate resilient development agenda of Dominica. More than a year to put the legislation in place, but only 4 years for the Creed to deliver a climate resilient Dominica. I'm not sure it makes sense to any one of you all over there. I'm not sure you read that or you considered what you're bringing to this Parliament, but that is what you brought here. More than a year to get the bill to a stage where it could come to Parliament, but only 4 years for the agency to deliver a climate resilient Dominica. And so, Madam Speaker, we understand that members of the donor community may not wish to serve indefinitely on a CREED supervisory committee, so after 4 or 5 years, you'd want to move on to something else. However, the work of CREED, as intended, as articulated, even in limited fashion, cannot be achieved within 5 years. And if this agency proves its value in Dominica, it should have an unlimited life, since the country is likely to suffer further impacts from extreme climate events in the foreseeable future. Additionally, Madam Speaker, there is need to rationalize and coordinate the work of CREED with the various project implementation units that have been established to support ongoing recovery and climate resilience efforts. An example can be found in the project management units that have been set up under 3 World Bank projects. You have the Dominica Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project, DVRP. You have the Dominica Emergency Agriculture Livelihoods and Climate Resilience Project, and you have the Dominica Housing Recovery Project. A key function of the CREED, therefore, should be to ensure, a key function of the CREED should be implementing, to be the sole implementing agency for such projects, to ensure effective harmonization and coordination. However, this would require significant change in the manner in which the projects are implemented and would provide considerable country ownership and country direction in the implementation of these projects. This appears to be a key objective for the establishment of CREED, yet this important mandate is not reflected in the wording of the CREED bill. If indeed it was the vision for CREED that there be a single project implementing agency for all climate resilience projects, then this should be expressly stated in the bill, and the legal requirement for the negotiation of future project agreements with all development partners. Madam Speaker, Section 14 of the bill, Section 14.4, provides that the Creed may, for the purposes of major infrastructural projects, procure goods and services and works under Section 24 of the Public Procurement and Contract Administration Act, if applicable, or Section 38 of the Public Procurement and Contract Administration Act of 2012. Madam Speaker, Section 38 of the Procurement and Contract Administration Act is about emergencies. Emergencies during which it is necessary to suspend the competitive bidding, the tendering and other contract procurement arrangements that would normally apply. 14.5 goes on to say that for the purpose of giving effect to this subsection 4B, the conditions specified in 38.1 and 2 of the Public Procurement and Contract Administration Act 2012 shall be deemed to be satisfied as long as this act is enforced. So for 4 years, for the 4-year life of this creed, we will have an emergency situation in Dominica that precludes competitive bidding, that precludes tendering, that precludes the good governance procurement arrangements from being applied as provided for in law to deliver on the issue of value for money. Yet, the presenters of this bill come to this House and talk about accountability and talk about transparency. But they are bringing a bill that establishes a 4-year emergency, an emergency for 5 years, where in that 5-year period, there will be no competitive bidding and there will be no tendering for all of the major projects that will be captured under the major projects unit of the Climate Resilient Executing Agency of Dominica. The bill, Madam Speaker, the bill before us today, represents an admission by the Prime Minister and the members of his cabinet that they are incapable of providing the leadership and management required to deliver on the promise to make Dominica the first climate resilient country in the world. The bill effectively seeks to relieve the constitutionally authorized Cabinet of Ministers of the fundamental responsibility to build a climate resilient Dominica in every respect and every aspect, and pass the sacred national duty to a parallel cabinet, a stranger to the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Dominica. By way of background, Madam Speaker, in September 2017, we heard the declaration that Dominica was going to become the first climate resilient country in the world. Then in November 2017, we heard that there would be something called Creed to bring this grand statement of intent into reality. And more than a year later, Parliament is being asked to sign into law a bill to establish the Creed. A cabinet of 18 ministers with portfolios involving every single area to be covered in the climate resilient development of Dominica has rendered itself incapable of doing the job. The cabinet of 18 is proud to stand in this parliament today seeking approval to maintain the status quo of jobs for the boys and girls and hand over this most important responsibility.
You will have to withdraw that one, eh? Excuse me? You will have to withdraw jobs for the boys and the girls, please. Pardon? I'm telling you to withdraw jobs, and you know jolly well why you should.
Withdrawn, Madam Speaker.
And if you're telling me you don't know, well, that's sad.
Withdrawn. The logic of the cabinet position as presented through the various provisions of the bill is inescapable. Clearly, Creed is not a department of government. It was never intended to be. Prime Minister himself said in November last year, an execution agency outside of the standard public service system. Creed is not the body corporate, the statutory corporation it is purported to be, because no such corporation anywhere in the Commonwealth Caribbean has a minister of government as chairman or member of its board of directors. It can only be another cabinet. Madam Speaker, this remarkable conclusion of a sitting government, bringing a bill before Parliament that effectively tells the people of Dominica it is unable to do the job it is paid to do. And therefore, how many minutes, Madam Speaker?
3 minutes.
I need some more time, Madam Speaker.
Oh, that's out of my hands.
I need some more time.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we ask for to give the member about 5 more minutes to complete his presentation. I move that the member is given 5 more minutes to complete his presentation.
Madam Speaker.
Pardon?
Second.
Right. It has been moved and seconded that the member be given a further 5 minutes to complete his contribution. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Continue, please. No. It's not. It's not me.
We learned, Madam Speaker, 6 years ago that a review under the JEF-funded Sustainable Land Management SLM project determined that consolidated environment and natural resources management legislation is required as an urgent national priority in order to address the gaps and deficiencies. This is coming from a low-carbon climate resilience strategy that was developed for us in 2012 and which carries 2 forwards, one by the Prime Minister and one by the Minister then for the Environment. 2 forwards. Right? We've had this for 6 years. And 6 long years ago, the Cabinet of Ministers agreed to commence the consultation process to develop and draft comprehensive environmental, climate change and development legislation for Dominica in collaboration with the Office of the Attorney General. They were supposed to have presented that to Parliament by the end of 2012. I point this out to show how, whether or not, to ask the question, how serious are you about the bill you're bringing to Parliament today and the success of the Creed? Because you have been on this climate resilient development agenda now for more than 6 years. And we were the first country in the Caribbean, by the way, with a low-carbon climate resilient development strategy.
Your time is up.
For more than 4 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just let me say that.
Your time is up.
3 minutes gone already. Madam Speaker, I need to conclude.
The member, your time is up.
3 minutes gone.
Go ahead. Can you go a little further so that you can, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to ask your indulgence so I can read as well, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Filled with filled with my confidence in this Roosevelt-carried Labour Party government. I don't mean to laugh, I'm sorry. I guess I must be the bop again, Madam Speaker. When I stand up, everybody running, at least the head running. Let's see what's going to happen. I guess they're trying to make me be a bop again. Anyway, filled with my confidence in this Roosevelt-Skerrit-led Dominica Labour Party government to build the first climate-resilient nation in the world, I rise to give my unwavering support to the CRID bill being debated today. Madam Speaker, in my opinion, we are here today to discuss the development of our beautiful homeland. We are here today to enact legislation aimed at the creation of a special purpose vehicle that will allow us to push our development agenda and ultimately improve the lives of every Dominican. The last time I checked, Madam Speaker, this is what I always wanted. As a citizen of Dominica, I want to see the further development of Dominica, particularly in this post-tropical storm Erica and Maria period. And I'm sure, Madam Speaker, that's what you want as well. And I say further, with no fear of contradiction, that every Dominican listening will say that this is what they want also, including my parent that played that little trick on me a while ago. The further development of this country is the reason the majority of Dominicans voted this Dominica Labour Party into government. And as is certainly customary, this Labour Party government is continuing to deliver. And today, there is further evidence of this with the enactment of the Climate Resilience Executive Agency of Dominica to assist this government in accelerating the implementation rates of our major development projects. Madam Speaker, allow me to put this agency into context. Every one of us here today can attest to the fact that weather patterns are very different today when compared to, say, 10 years ago. And by the way, that difference that we have observed is in fact the impact of climate change. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the genesis of the discussion on climate change for most of us was the passage of Tropical Storm Erica in 2015. We have all witnessed the more frequent heavy rains that have led to extensive flooding, landslides, erosion of our roads, interruption in our water supply, etc. And as I said, it's our memories of Tropical Storm Erica more than flood my thoughts. But let's fast forward to another 18 months or so, and our experience at the hands of that horrendous Maria comes to mind. Those memories that some of us would love to scratch out of our brains, but somehow we can't. During that time, our lives, our community, our economy, our homeland, those were all severely impacted by both of these weather events. There is no doubt in our minds that your Prime Minister and his government, as well as our partners, that climate change is in fact real, and that we as a people are in fact experiencing it. But today isn't a day to dwell on the widespread damage that we experienced following the passage of Maria or even Erica, but rather to continue looking forward as a people to forge ahead to develop a more resilient Dominica. While some were still in shock following Maria, our able and hard-working Prime Minister began working and charting a way forward for his people, for our country, mere hours after the monster hurricane. At the UN, days later, Dr. the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit boldly articulated to the world his medium-term vision for Dominica, and that is to make our island the first climate-resilient nation in the world. Mr. Speaker, people have varying reactions and responses every time this vision is articulated. Some believe in it, like the children of Israel when promised by Moses to lead them to the promised land. Some fear to make fun of it. Others who cannot conceptualize it doubt it. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Bloomberg, in their article on July 7, 2018, doubted us, saying, and I quote, "This tiny country says it can beat climate change," end quote. But in their declaration, Mr. Speaker, they omitted to consider the words of Thomas Jefferson, and I quote him, "Nothing can stop the man with the right mental attitude from achieving his goal," end quote. Mr. Speaker, we, all of us in here, all of the residents of Dominica, we have already proven that we are a resilient and determined people. And I have no doubt, under the leadership of Dr. the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, we will become the first climate resilient nation in the world. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore imperative that I seek to clear the minds of the skeptics, the naysayers, the misinformed, the uninformed, by firstly defining what it means to be climate resilient. Does it mean that we will no longer be impacted by weather systems or natural disasters? Does it mean immunity from seismic and oceanic events? No, Mr. Speaker, it does not. To be climate resilient means that we will be better prepared for natural disasters brought on by climate change and other disaster-related events, and that our people, communities, infrastructure, and economy can absorb those shocks that the disasters create and rebound quickly. So, Madam Speaker, one may ask, what is climate resilience in the context of Dominica? And I want to quote the Honorable Prime Minister in his budget address, the 2018-19 budget address, when he defined climate resilience, and I quote, as an overarching approach to national development which makes society and the economy sustainable, protects our natural and built environments, and generates inclusive growth as far as it is humanly possible. In short, Mr. Speaker, what does that mean? It means that our people are better prepared to deal with the impacts of climate change. For example, things like Maria. It would mean that we have better homes and shelters, or climate resilient homes and shelters. And those would help to withstand the impact of Category 5 hurricanes and earthquakes like Maria. Well, hurricanes like Maria, not earthquakes, I'm sorry. And the first thing that comes to mind, Mr. Speaker, is just on Friday, we saw that residents from the community of Petit Savan received keys to their new climate resilient homes. So that begs the question, when we hear the naysayers on the other side of the floor, could it be that they weren't aware that this government is already on track to making us the first climate resilient nation? Is it that they didn't know that we've built resilient homes for the members of the residents of Petit Savan that could withstand hurricanes and earthquakes as well? Well, if they didn't, Mr. Speaker, allow me to tell them so now, please. An entire development, an entire community is being rebuilt for those residents. Mr. Speaker, it would also mean that we have the ability to store food for at least 2 weeks following a disaster, before a disaster, for use after a disaster. It means that we have a road network, telecommunications infrastructure, and other physical infrastructure that can withstand these weather systems, or have structures in place to restore those services quickly. In summary, it means that access to essential services like water, electricity, health, education, security, fire and ambulance services, ports, etc., are uninterrupted. Mr. Speaker, when we speak of a resilient Dominica, these are the practical things that we speak about.
Our economy suffered from two major shocks in the past 3 years as a result of natural disasters. We had Tropical Storm America in 15, where we lost roughly 90% of our GDP. Then we had the monster Hurricane Maria in September of 17, with losses equivalent to roughly 226% of the island's GDP. The question which must then be answered is, how well did we absorb these shocks and recover from them? Mr. Speaker, one has to be either totally mentally and visually impaired not to attest to the fact that this Dominica Labour Party government, under the leadership of Dr. the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, has done a phenomenal job in taking care of business after these shocks. In fact, if my memory serves me right, the Senator Baptist, right before the budget debate in the summer of this year, said it in plain English, that this government had in fact done a splendid job following Maria. And this is what we expect to continue to do, Mr. Speaker. But being mature, yet humble people, by the presentation of this bill, we are saying that with added expertise and human resources, through the agency creed, we will be able to accelerate our implementation rates. In other words, having the additional technical resources to complement what we have within the public service, we expect that this government will be able to deliver to the people of Dominica our ambitious public sector investment program. And Mr. Speaker, remember what that public sector program is. Our public sector program, which is in the budget, really identifies projects aimed at developing Dominica, aimed at creating or building the physical infrastructure to attract additional foreign investment, aimed at building new industries, aimed at providing jobs for people, because once you have new industries, once you're able to attract foreign investment, people are going to be employed. During the construction phase of those projects, we know the number of persons that are positively impacted, both during construction and once those businesses take off. In other words, Mr. Speaker, what we expect is trade is going to facilitate us in being able to achieve our development goals much faster with those resources. Mr. Speaker, opposing voices to the bill may contest and say that the creed is taking the place of the government. But you and I know this is just nonsense. I hope that's parliamentary. This is absolutely absurd. This is just their way of trying to say that we are doing nothing. But that's ironic, Mr. Speaker, because the same people who claim to want good for Dominica are the ones who are saying now that we have an executing agency dedicated to the implementation of major projects. Instead of everybody clapping and saying, job well done, we can all go home, I have sat in this house and listened to so many, I don't even know what to describe some of these stories, Mr. Speaker. So many opposing views. But Mr. Speaker, this government is about serious business. This government is not about liming. We're not about talking. We're a government about doing, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, fear not, because we will not allow those few dissenting voices on the other side of this house to prevent us from losing sight of what it is we're about. We're about making Dominica better for everybody in Dominica. And this is why this government is on this side of the house. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, in spite of everything we've heard today, all of the fancy rhetoric, it is going to stay that way, Mr. Speaker. Because Dominicans are not foolish people, Mr. Speaker. Dominicans know that their future lies in the hands of this Dominica Labour Party government. And Mr. Speaker, whether they accept creed or not, whether they sit and they say we should not implement the creed, we are going with our implementation agency, an implementation agency and a vision that supports our vision to be climate resilient and has bought the hearts and the minds of all of our international and regional partners, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority of the funds to run that agency is not coming from the coffers of the government of Dominica. Our international partners have bought into that vision so much that they're putting their money where their mouth is. I listened to the leader of the opposition claiming something about sending funds for a consolidated account. Maybe he didn't read the document properly. Every step of the way in the development of CREED, our development partners have been at our side. What do you think that means, Mr. Speaker? That means that these people have the confidence in Roosevelt's carrot and this Dominica Labour Party government that they are putting their money into the CREED because they can see history in the making, and everybody wants to be on that train, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I say with confidence that with the passing of this legislation and the work of this agency, it will greatly enhance the lives of our people and propel us towards achieving our goal of being the first climate resilient nation in the world. Mr. Speaker, with those short words, I think I'm going to end my presentation, but it would be remiss of me to end my presentation without I'm going to be on my good behavior, Mr. Speaker. I will. I'm not going to answer the Honorable Danny Lugay. He has a bun in his bonnet, and it's killing him that I'm standing here as confident as ever, but we will ignore him today, just today. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me to end my contribution to the debate without saying a big thank you to our friends and partners who have stood with us and our vision. On behalf of the government and the people of Dominica, I too wish to thank the government of the United Kingdom through its Department for International Development, the European Union, the government of Canada, the World Bank, the Caribbean Development Bank, the United Nations Development Program, for your invaluable support in working with us to make Dominica the first climate resilient nation in the world. To our other bilateral and multilateral partners and sister governments who continue to support us along our journey, we say thank you. May God bless our efforts, may God bless our country, our friends and our partners as this government continues to forge ahead to further develop our homeland Dominica. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I hasten to give my full and unwavering support to the bill before this House. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we come to the end of this very interesting debate, I would like, on behalf of the Prime Minister, in my own capacity as the Minister responsible for Agriculture, to make a few brief comments on the motion before the House. In doing so, Madam Speaker, I really want to compliment the Minister for Foreign Affairs for her brilliant presentation and setting the tone for what I would have expected to be a very serious debate. A debate, Mr. Speaker, which I believe, had it lived up to expectations, would have meant a lot for the development of this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I really don't want to water down the level and the value of the presentation by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. But also say to the Leader of the Opposition, the fact that the statement was read by the Minister, it shows the facility, the competence, and the skills of the men and women we have on this side of the House, the government. And if you compare that, Mr. Speaker, to what we heard from the opposition, I'm sure you will be very, very confused. Because while some of them are saying that the creed is a reflection of the incompetence of the government, of the fact that the government cannot manage, of a condition imposed by our donor friends, you would think that if they ever get an opportunity, they will do away with this thing, because they are the masters of competence, they are the masters of intelligence, and they're some of the brightest people in this country, Mr. Speaker. But you heard them, even at the leadership level, saying that yes, they agree that there is need for an organization. They maybe don't want to call it the creed. The leader of the opposition found another name to call it, I can't remember, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, it means the same thing. An organization, an institution that would assist the government in executing its mandate of building a resilient country. Something, Mr. Speaker, that we have to admit that we have capacity, human capacity issues in executing the functions of the state. And the Senator Felix Thomas, he criticized the bureaucracy. He says he knows, he's aware, he was part of it, that the bureaucracy has not been delivering even in their time in government between 1996 and 1995. And I can substantiate that, Mr. Speaker. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, our PSIP, we have a budget. And every year we come to the Parliament with the budget. And our performance is really based on our level of implementation. What percentage of the budget that we have been able to implement. And this is the record of the United Workers' Party, Mr. Speaker. In 1995, 1996, the United Workers' Party, with all the skills, with all the competencies, with the Senator Isaac, who I'll come to a little later, as part of that cabal, Mr. Speaker. Between 1995 and 1996, they were only able to implement 20.77% of their budget. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, 20.77%. And the guru of planning, the guru of implementation, Senator Isaac Baptist, was part of that implementation team, Madam Speaker, and he could only implement 20.77% of their budget, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 1996, 97, Senator Danny, no, the member for Roseau North, Danny Luge, Senator Felix Thomas, Senator Isaac Baptist, leader of the opposition, Lennox Linton, part of the 1995-2000 government of the United Workers' Party. These men held high positions, Madam Speaker, in the United Workers' Party. They were overseeing the budget implementation with all the skills, with all the competence that they had, and now you're shrugging your shoulders, Madam Speaker. In 1996-97, they could only implement 17.86% of their budget. 17.86% of the budget they could implement in 1996 and 1997. And they come here today, Madam Speaker, they come here today telling us that we're incompetent, and we're weak, and we're lazy, and we need help. But in their time, 17.86% of the budget, that is what they could implement, Madam Speaker. In 1990, and Madam Speaker, that was, and there was no hurricane at the time. There was no hurricane at the time, Madam Speaker. The only hurricane it had at this time was Hurricane United Workers' Party, Madam Speaker. Hurricane UWP, and that is the rate of implementation. It's okay, my brother. Listen, I listen to you. Just listen. If you can't take it, go outside. Madam Speaker, go outside. Madam Speaker, 1998, 1999, under the watch of the guru of implementation. And Madam Speaker, I'll tell you something, you know. He should support the creed. Because he needs the creed. Because with all the planning, with all the skills, with all the technique he have, how he can still take his hotel, Madam Speaker. How he can still take his hotel, and he want to come here and advise his government on how to do. And Madam Speaker, you see, Madam Speaker, and when he came here, and he told us that it's only a little damage, he get a little damage. When he realized that the insurance companies were listening, he said, I had plenty damage. I got big damage, Madam Speaker, right here in this parliament. Madam Speaker, the guru of planning, the guru of technology, the guru of environmental studies, overseeing a budget in 1998, 1999, 23.25. Madam Speaker, never under the reign of the United Workers' Party were they able to implement more than 25%, Madam Speaker, of the budget, Madam Speaker. Not more than 25%. The highest they reached was 23.25% in 1998, 1999, Madam Speaker. The highest, Madam Speaker, today, Madam Speaker, when we came in, and I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, if I go through all what we did, what I can say to you in our time, in 2000, 2001, Madam Speaker, when we met a country that was bankrupt, Madam Speaker. This country was bankrupt under the United Workers' Party. And why do I say that? Madam Speaker, they could not even meet their recurrent expenditure. They couldn't pay public officers, Madam Speaker. Any government who get to a stage where they have to borrow money to meet recurrent expenditure, something is wrong with you, Madam Speaker. You must be dead broke, Madam Speaker. They broke the country. And apart from the fact that public officers were receiving their salaries 6 and 7 and 8 weeks late, Madam Speaker, they had to go to Trinidad to borrow money at 14% to pay salaries, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they could not pay their contribution to Social Security. Madam Speaker, I want to say this because from the time Hurricane Maria passed, and Hurricane Maria, Madam Speaker, is one of the wonders of the world. When you went to school, they told us there were 8 wonders of the world. Well, Maria is the 9th wonder of the world, Madam Speaker. The 9th wonder of the world, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Maria was nearly hurricane, Madam Speaker. And the problem is, members of the opposition, they fail to realize the impact that Maria have had on our country and on the lives of the people of Dominica. And they fail to realize the speed in which we need to move to put this country on a path to bring back some credibility and stability to our country, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, we've never missed 1 month for salary. Public officers have never gone 1 month without salary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we were able in December to pay public officers 2 salaries. They call it the double bubble. And the guru, Madam Speaker, the senator, he said publicly that if he was in government, he would not have paid the public officers no double bubble, Madam Speaker, because he couldn't understand how the country could afford to do it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, not only that, on the heels of Maria, where we had not collected taxes for 6 months, everything in the country was free and duty-free. Madam Speaker, we were still able to meet our obligations to our financiers and to pay our debts, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we were still able to spend over $123 million to dredge rivers to save the lives and property of the people of Dominica. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we were still able to spend over 130, sit down there, Baptist, sit down there. Sit down there, sit down. Where are you going, my brother? You talk all your nonsense this morning. We listen to you. Sit down there, Madam Speaker. Sit down there. Sit down there. Stay there. Stay there, my brother. Stay there, my brother. Sit down there. Where are you going? I don't even start yet. I don't start yet. Where are you going? Where are you going? You running? You running? You running? You running?
Order, please. Order, please.
You see, Madam Speaker, the member of the opposition, they were not part of the recovery process. Some of them had never been to their constituencies, Madam Speaker. And I'm talking about the creed. We're still on creed, on what is required if we have to move quickly and rapidly to rebuild this country. While we were working, Madam Speaker, they were in their basement crying, Madam Speaker. They were asking for food and water and money, Madam Speaker. While we were there building the country, while we've spent over $130 million providing housing for the people of this country, including the marvelous project in Bellbishop, Madam Speaker, they were nowhere to be found. That is why they cannot make any meaningful contribution to the debate on the creed, because they don't know what that is. They don't understand it, Madam Speaker. And they claim that we never invited them and we were never part of the process. They were invited, Madam Speaker. They chose not to come. The leader of the opposition, he declared that he will only be part of the creed discussion when we came to Parliament with the bill, Madam Speaker. That was his response. We have not received not one recommendation from the opposition as to how we're supposed to move this country, Madam Speaker. I have described our human resource capabilities, Madam Speaker, and to say that one of the major aspects of the creed is to pull together for us the resources that we require to make a serious improvement and development to this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a humongous task. And to say to the opposition that the donor community did not impose creed on us. We invited, Madam Speaker, that we will implement a creed. That was our own initiative. It was not an imposition by the donor community, Madam Speaker. We told them that's the way we want to go because we realized that we could not go back down the road. And he spoke of 1979. Well, he's not there now, so it doesn't make sense. The member, the senator, Madam Speaker, wants to compare Hurricane Maria of 2017 to Hurricane David 40 years ago. Madam Speaker, 40 years ago. And while David was an intense storm, the problem with David, it did not devastate the entire country as severely as Maria did, Madam Speaker. The damage was sort of localized in a particular area. So while it was a Category 5 hurricane, but the damage was not as intense because it was not widespread from north to south, east to west, as Maria did, Madam Speaker. And the political, the social, the economic conditions were totally different. You're talking about 40 years ago, Madam Speaker. And you want to come and say, what we did 40 years ago, that is what we should be doing now? What we did 40 years ago for David, that is a recommendation from the opposition, that we should go back and read the books of 1979. We should go back and read the books of Hurricane David, and that would tell us what we need to do now, Madam Speaker. In an era, when while there was always climate change, but climate change was not as severe or intense. The debate on climate change 40 years ago was not like what it is today. The situation has changed, and that is why, Madam Speaker, the international community have bought into our whole resilience strategy. That is why they have agreed, Madam Speaker, to be part of the creed. And, Madam Speaker, not all of them are. Not the World Bank, Madam Speaker, Danny Luge and Monel, and Senator Monel and Danny and... Member for Roanoke. Madam Speaker, there are some of these institutions that are not part of the creed. Senator, don't worry with me on time, my brother. I don't have time. I have work to do. You have nothing to do, you know. Yes, I'm the senator from Maho and the senator from St. Joe and the parrot for Roanoke. Madam Speaker, you see, these guys can come here to the Parliament. These members, these honorable members, they do nothing. They wait at the end of the month, they get their salary, they get their allowance for their constituency offices. They don't work. No work. Thank God, Madam Speaker. No, but the last job the member for Roanoke had was to take poor people produce and go to Matnik and don't pay them. I withdraw that. Madam Speaker, I am aware, Madam Speaker, and you are aware, that the Senator Thompson Fountain and the member for Roanoke had a company, Madam Speaker, selling produce to Matnik, Madam Speaker. And today, Madam Speaker, some of the boat owners and the farmers have not gotten paid for their produce, Madam Speaker. They have not gotten paid, Madam Speaker. Madam, he's not even convinced he's sitting. He's not even convinced he's sitting down. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker. Can I continue, Madam Speaker? Sorry, Madam Speaker. Go on. Yeah, Madam Speaker. You see, Madam Speaker, I was making the point that on this side of the house, we have a lot of work to do. On the other side, they have no work to do, Madam Speaker. And that is why they can sit there all night and talk that level of, that kind of debate they got involved in, Madam Speaker. And so on, Madam Speaker. So I'll move on, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the creed really is to assist us in one thing. And Madam Speaker, they make you sound like the creed is a bank. The creed is a funding agency. Madam Speaker, the creed is an institution that will raise monies by partners who want to be part of the creed. But they will also assist us, Madam Speaker, in the implementation of our projects. And Madam Speaker, the issue of implementation of projects, as I read before, is an issue that has plagued several governments, even before this government. Some more severely than others, Madam Speaker. And I read to you the record of implementation of the United Workers' Party. And Madam Speaker, while I don't have time to read all, I can tell you, between 2010 and 2011, we were at 150% of implementation of our capital projects, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, Hurricane Maria has brought a new dynamic, Madam Speaker. It has doubled and tripled the work that we have to do. Now, the members of the opposition give the impression that it's just one or two little houses you have to fix, and one or two little bridges you have to fix. That is how they simplify the impact of Hurricane Maria on this country, Madam Speaker. They're still in the dream. They're still asleep, Madam Speaker. And they do not realize that this entire country was totally destroyed. 225% of GDP, 95% of the housing stock, 90% of the agricultural sector, Madam Speaker. That is what we're dealing with. And Madam Speaker, no matter how big the size of the public service, that is a task that the public service by itself will not be able to undertake in 10, 15, or 20 years. We just don't have the heads, we just don't have the human capacity to do it. Not only in Dominica, Madam Speaker. I was talking to the World Bank. They have similar problems in Grenada, in St. Lucia, in St. Vincent. It's something that is stretched across the region, that human resource is seriously scarce, Madam Speaker. And so we have to look on the outside for support. It's not a matter of, it has nothing to do with sidelining our public service. Because, Madam Speaker, what we intend to do is to work alongside the creed. They will be able to source for us the technical expertise and competence that is required. They will be able to assist us in strategizing and implementation. And the leader of the opposition asks us, where is the plan? He comes here, Madam Speaker. He read, you allow him to read his plan, energy, and all these other things. And that is why he said if he would like an agency like that to help him to implement his own plans he has. What he has not told us, Madam Speaker, is where the financing for all those good things he talked about, where the financing is going to come from. We have been guaranteed with the creed that they will assist us in raising the necessary financing, Madam Speaker, to meet some of their own internal costs, Madam Speaker, monies that they will raise just how the Canadian government assisted us in drafting the legislation with their own resources. And that is one of the advantages the members on the opposition we have in going by the route of the creed, because they will assist us in raising the necessary financing that we need to. Because, Madam Speaker, money is not as easy to go and buy in the world today. When countries pledge their resources to you, it's a great sacrifice to their own citizens and their own in fact, Madam Speaker, many countries have adopted a position where they have consultants now raising money for them. They don't do it on their own, Madam Speaker. They hire consultants to go out there in the international community and to raise the money, and they get a percentage for raising those monies, Madam Speaker. But we are fortunate in that we were able to articulate a vision, Madam Speaker. And we said that these organizations are not helping us because they like us. They're helping us because we have been able to articulate a strategy. We have been able to articulate to them a plan they think that makes sense, Madam Speaker. And because all of us, Madam Speaker, in the Caribbean region and in the world really are vulnerable to challenges posed by climate change, they see the success of the Dominica model as being something that they can replicate throughout the world, Madam Speaker, and that they do not have to do it twice. So they figure that if they support Dominica and we succeed, it's a feather in their own cap, Madam Speaker, and they can now take this to other regions of the world, Madam Speaker, who are impacted and affected by issues of climate change, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, a few things I believe that needed debunking, Madam Speaker. One, and Madam Speaker, I want to say to you, you know, that they question our competence. Madam Speaker, while we speak, we have other international donors that have been pledging their money to this government. Because, Madam Speaker, remember, we give the creed what we want to give to the creed. We're not giving the creed everything wholesale. So there is still sufficient work to be done within the confines of the regular public service, Madam Speaker. We're not silencing them and sending engineers in public works on vacation while the creed is functional. Some of them will work with and alongside the creed, while there are other projects under our PSIP that will be taken up by the regular public service. So there is no sidelining, Madam Speaker. We're ensuring that there is no duplication, there is accountability, there is transparency, and we use our resources to the maximum benefit of the people of Dominica. The World Bank, Madam Speaker, has given to us, the government, the Dominica Treasury, $40 million for housing and for agriculture. They say that the donor committee have no, they have no confidence in us, and they don't want to give us our money, and that is why we have to do the creed. The World Bank, Madam Speaker, and once you pass the World Bank and the EU, then there's not much higher you can go as far as donations and donor institutions are concerned, Madam Speaker. The European Union, Madam Speaker, have given us 11 million euros to use as budgetary support and for reconstruction efforts. They didn't ask us to pass that to the creed. That was placed in our treasury for us to manage, for the government to manage, Madam Speaker. The Canadian government, $8.7 million, Madam Speaker. That is what they put in our treasury, in our coffers, for us to spend, Madam Speaker, outside of the creed, not with the creed. United Kingdom, 25 million pounds, Madam Speaker. Pounds! 25 million pounds, Senator. Multiply that, my brother. I know you can do the 3.56 per pound, but do $3 or $4. The round up the figure, it's easier for your maths. 25 million pounds for water. Madam Speaker, he says to us that we should go and we should do the water thing. Madam Speaker, you know the WASCO. They are main civil engineers and industrial engineers. We can recruit a civil engineer for the WASCO over the last 10, 15 years. Madam Speaker, yeah, and industrial, we have advertised locally and regionally. There's just not many people around to go by. And, Madam Speaker, it's not just about sticking 2 pipe or 2 bamboo where he's staying there, in the sous up there. Where say, all focus on water. But all you do is take a bamboo or take 2 bamboo, stick that together, and remember the senator have water in his house. It's bamboo water he's drinking, Madam Speaker. And he believes we can do that all around the country. Just take 2 bamboo, stick it, and here comes water. Madam Speaker, that is not the problem we have in this country. We have a situation where we have to rebuild, Dr. McIntyre, the Minister of Water. We have to rebuild the entire water network, the entire system with the 43 intakes that we have and all the water sources. We have to consolidate those. That we cannot handle that locally. We can handle it regionally. No, Felix Thomas, we cannot do it. I'm the member for Poncase, the senator from Poncase. Say that, man. Madam Speaker, and if you were to move the engineers from Public Works and send them to the WASCO, you would create a problem at Public Works. Dr. Darrow needs 2 engineers in the Ministry of Health to help him with the health centers and the hospitals and so on. I need 2 for my irrigation project in agriculture. Almost every single ministry needs 2 or 3 engineers, Madam Speaker. When you take the little 6 Dr. Mac have in Public Works, and you reassign them, public works will be devoid and a dearth there in that ministry, Madam Speaker. So clearly, let the creed come on board. Let them identify for us from far and wide, Israel, Japan, Honolulu, you know, and those kind of places, Madam Speaker. I'm all over the place. They have the clout. These are internationally renowned people. They know where to find the resources. They know how to do it. They know how much to pay for it. And that is what the creed will do for us, Madam Speaker, in helping us to build a more resilient Dominica. They will find the necessary skills and the resources that is required. So it's not another cabinet within a cabinet. It's not another government within another government. And Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister under the Constitution have the authority.
You have 3 minutes
left.
Yes,
Madam Speaker. That's enough for me. The Prime Minister under the Constitution, he has the authority to recruit, to set up committees, advisors. Madam Speaker. That is his right and his prerogative to assist him in executing his functions. And there is nowhere in the Constitution it says that for the Prime Minister to set up a committee or an agency to assist him, that he must consult the leader of the opposition. The leader of the opposition and the must put themselves in a position where they can be found and to be consulted. And when we invite you to come to functions of NAS, it's not only to the President's party you must come. You must not only come to the Chinese New Year's. You must not only come when the Cuban ambassador is leaving, Madam Speaker, because at those functions you have 2 little speeches and food, Madam Speaker. Food, snacks, finger foods and drinks, Madam Speaker. And that's when you see them showing up, Madam Speaker. The only time is when they pop in, take some food and go back in the shadows and hide, Madam Speaker. These are not the only time when you're invited to come to official functions. You must go to those. You must come to those where we have to sit down and plan for the development of the country. Put your ideas on the table. Tell us where your contacts are, how you can assist the government in raising revenue. Don't wait when we get the money to come and tell us how to spend it, Madam Speaker. You must be part of the process. It's like, Madam Speaker, you're cooking a broth and man only show up when the broth cook for them to eat broth, Madam Speaker. Nobody to peel the food, nobody to clean the fish, nobody to blow the firewood, Madam Speaker. But as soon as food comes, still hot from the pot, and they want to be the first ones to take it, Madam Speaker. And we had a vivid example of that during the last by-election in the Sufia constituency when we saw the behavior of the opposition, Madam Speaker, as far as eating people's food is concerned, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this is a serious debate. And this is the seriousness in which we need to treat the debate. That the people of Dominica are depending on us in the government, the opposition and the government to make their lives better. But with the opposition refusing to participate...
You have 1
minute
left.
1 more minute, it's fine.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the honourable member be given an extra 5 minutes to complete his presentation.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you.
Can you wait? It has been moved and seconded that the member be given a further 5 minutes to complete his contribution. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. You may continue.
Madam Speaker, just to complete, Madam Speaker, the Chinese government, 120 million. 120 million, Madam Speaker. You didn't hear me? 120 million. That's what the Chinese government gave to us, Madam Speaker, for us to spend, to put in our treasury for agriculture, education, health, national security. And they want to say that the donor committee have no confidence in this government and they don't trust us with their money. The EU has been down here, Madam Speaker, celebrating the anniversaries as a sign and a demonstration of the confidence that they have in this government in utilizing their funds, Madam Speaker. We have been able to account for every cent that the EU have given to this country, Madam Speaker. They have tried to attack us on that, Madam Speaker. They went all over the place. They went into our bank accounts. They had these white mercenaries investigating us, Madam Speaker. These white slave masters that advise them on how to criminalize and to press down poor black Dominican people, Madam Speaker. That's who the opposition are playing games with, Madam Speaker. The likes of Rijok and the other one, Madam Speaker. Mercenaries, criminals, Madam Speaker. These are what the United Workers' Party have as their advisors. And Jesse Fontaine as their advisors, Madam Speaker.
No.
I will take that one back, Madam Speaker. But these are the advisors, Madam Speaker. These are the people advising them. Outside or you must talk. You can say Petrocar here. Don't say it outside there for them to hear you. Madam Speaker, and the people of Dominica, Madam Speaker, are depending on us, Madam Speaker, and the opposition too. But in the absence of the opposition, we have to forge ahead. I can't wait until the opponent come out on Q95 talking foolishness to invite them to come. You come. The door is always wide open. But we're not going to wait for you because the Dominican people have no time to wait, Madam Speaker. The Dominican people are angry and hungry for action, Madam Speaker. Action that can only come from the Dominican Labour Party. Because we have a track record. We have demonstrated our performance in the governance of this country. We have demonstrated our performance in delivery, Madam Speaker, to the people of this country. And they have expressed their confidence in this government. I hear them on the opposition talking about when their time comes. But you're already here. Your time passed, Madam Speaker. Your time passed. They were on this side before, Madam Speaker. And after 4.5 years, the people of this country put them out, Madam Speaker, and have left them out for the last 15 years, Madam Speaker. 18 years. 18 years. And all the signs on the horizon is showing that they will be kept where they are. Some of them will not survive that, Madam Speaker. So I want to bid farewell, Madam Speaker. I want to bid farewell to some of the members on the opposition side, Madam Speaker, because their faces will not be seen in this place after the next election. Because the people of Dominica have decided, they are already decided. Election don't call yet, but the people decide, Madam Speaker, you don't see them anywhere we go, anywhere scary go, they follow in, Madam Speaker. You don't see that yet, Madam Speaker. And any little thing we have is a whole school of red behind you. So you don't know when the people make up their mind then, Madam Speaker. So you can see that the Dominican people have already made up their mind that they will repose their confidence in the Dominican Labour Party. Because the Dominican Labour Party has demonstrated that we are the only party who can get them out of this mess that Maria put us in, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, while the initial life of the creed is for 4 years, but we come back to Parliament if we have to and amend the legislation for extension of time. But Madam Speaker, the indication here is that the creed will not be here forever, and we'll be building capacity within the public service that at the end of 4 years, the public service will continue with the process that has been ongoing. Madam Speaker, with this very few remarks, Madam Speaker, I really, really want to wholeheartedly support the bill before the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, after these excellent presentations made by the members of the House on this side, I don't think that there is much that I need to say in wrapping up the session, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, let me just say in relation to what the Leader of the Opposition said about the Prime Minister not showing resilience in not being there. Madam Speaker, all of the members on this side of the House are fully on board with the vision expressed by the Honorable Prime Minister to make Dominica the first climate resilient nation in the world. And Madam Speaker, he does not have to be in this House for us to be able to articulate that vision. And the members of the opposition speak out of two sides of their mouth. On the one hand, they want to say that the Prime Minister is a dictator. And on the other hand, they complain that he's not here in this House today, Madam Speaker. That the Prime Minister empowers his cabinet, Madam Speaker. And we are clearly capable and competent to deal with the matters in his absence under his direction, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is an important bill for this country. This bill sets out the format and the terms under which the Climate Resilient Execution Agency for Dominica will operate. And Madam Speaker, we are a serious government. We're not here to play games and politics with the lives of our people. We understand, having gone through Hurricane Maria, that we are in a very delicate situation. We all saw, Madam Speaker, that this hurricane season, there were 2 or 3 storms that were targeting Dominica. They were headed straight towards us. And we saw the amount of preparation we had to do, because we know we are in an extremely vulnerable state, and we need to build resilience. Time is not on our side, Madam Speaker. We need to act very quickly to address the issues that are confronting us. And so when the Leader of the Opposition makes light of emergency powers and so on, Madam Speaker, we have to understand that we are in an emergency. One storm can set us back much further than Hurricane Maria did. If any of those storms that were heading our way during the last hurricane season had impacted Dominica as a hurricane, Madam Speaker, where would we be today? There are things that we must do, and we must do very quickly to address the vulnerabilities that Dominica has. And that must be done in very quick time, Madam Speaker. And the Climate Resilient Execution Agency for Dominica is mandated to lead the way in ensuring that Dominica is made more resilient. They will be leading on infrastructural projects like the hurricane shelters that we need to build, the other infrastructure that we need to put in place, schools, housing, and so on, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we heard the opposition speak about a sidelining of the public, of the ministries, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, if one looks at the bill, and if one participated in the consultations that we had in respect of the bill, it is clear that the creed is designed to supplement or complement the ministries, to provide support to the ministries. And in fact, Madam Speaker, if one looks at section 9, M, N, and O of the bill, Madam Speaker, it states that creed must support government ministries to enable them to implement climate-resilient policies and priority recovery projects. It must establish a facility which allows it to provide surge capacity to government ministries in a range of technical areas. And it is to make available support, including legal expertise, to assist in building the capacity of government ministries and other agencies to meet donor conditions for drawdown of funds, procurement, climate-resilient planning, and project management. Madam Speaker, we cannot deny that we have a capacity issue, and we need to develop the capacity of our ministries. And CREED, one of its mandates over this period of time is to help in building the capacity of our ministries. It is not envisaged that CREED will be there forever, because the idea is to ensure that the capacity is built for our ministries and for CREED to transition to a major capital projects unit within one of the ministries of government, Madam Speaker. And so CREED will have the benefit of the assistance of public officers who will be assigned to CREED to work closely with CREED, developing their capacity and being part of the procedures and policies that CREED will develop. And so we are actively improving our capacity within our ministries with the CREED. Madam Speaker, the donor community, the United Kingdom through DFID, the Government of Canada, the European Union, the World Bank, the United Nations Development Fund, have participated in the conceptualization of the Climate Resilience Execution Agency for Dominica, Madam Speaker. They have bought into the vision that the Prime Minister has expressed for making Dominica the first climate resilient nation in the world. Madam Speaker, there has been absolute confidence expressed by them in the government, in its vision, and in its ability to deliver on what it has said that it intends to deliver. And with this organization, Madam Speaker, we will develop a blueprint that can be used for other small island developing states. Madam Speaker, we are on the cusp of a paradigm shift in how we do things in Dominica. This agency, this concept of building resilience is the only way that we as small island states can go, Madam Speaker. Climate change is here. There is nothing that we can do about it. We cannot, as the Prime Minister has said, move to a different part of the world. We are here, and we have to inculcate resilience into every single aspect of life in Dominica. We're not talking only about resilience to building resilience in our infrastructure, but we're talking about building resilience in our economic systems, into our social systems, into every facet of life in Dominica, Madam Speaker. And so it gives me great pleasure, Madam Speaker, to support this bill and to support its passage in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled the Climate Resilience Act of 2018 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
Climate Resilience Act 2018.
The bill will now be committed to the committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. House resumes, and I have to report that the bill passed through the committee stage without amendments. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Climate Resilience Act 2018 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Madam.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled the Climate Resilience Act of 2018 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Climate Resilience Act 2018.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Tax Information Exchange Amendment Act 2018.
Seconded, Madam.
Madam Speaker, the bill before the House proposes an amendment to the Tax Exchange Information Act, Chapter 6702 of the 1990 revised laws of Dominica. Madam Speaker, members of this House may recall that in 2015, that amendments were made to the Tax Information Exchange Act, that is Act number 6 of 2015, to allow for greater sharing of information with the international community. As far back as 2011 and later in 2015, government by RSO 27 of 2011 and SRO 13 of 2015 respectively brought into law a number of agreements through which commitment was given to share tax information with various countries. In more recent months, Madam Speaker, the matter of sharing tax information has taken the spotlight with the issuance of negative lists by agencies such as the European Union, where countries which are deemed to have what is described as harmful tax practices stand the risk of being sanctioned in one way or another. Late last year, Madam Speaker, the government of Dominica received communication from the European Union that the EU had identified some aspects of the Dominica tax regime which they considered to be harmful and for which changes would be required to meet the EU standards. Government does not necessarily accept the position of the EU, but the government recognizes that it operates in a global community in which compliance with international standards is necessary. As such, we have engaged the European Union on what is required of Dominica with a view to meeting their standards. Some progress has been made, but to be fully compliant, changes will be required for other legislations, and these will be brought to Parliament in due course. Madam Speaker, there are two activities that the EU has insisted on, one of which is the signing of the Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters, the MAAC. The Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters is a convention to facilitate the entering into bilateral tax exchange agreements between state parties. The convention was developed by the OECD and the Council of Europe. It is therefore an OECD requirement that is being adopted by the European Union. The government of Dominica has made several attempts to sign the convention, but has not been able to do so as there are various requests to amend the legislation. The Parliament may recall that in presenting amendments to the Income Tax Act earlier this year, we pointed to specific amendments to Section 6 of the Income Tax Act, which were being done for this purpose. The amendment being proposed today is another request from the OECD so that Dominica can be allowed to sign onto the convention. The change is to ensure that there is no inconsistency in any tax legislation that will prevent the sharing of tax information. The precise amendment being proposed is to insert the following new Section 2A after Section 2 in the Act. The new section reads as follows. If any inconsistency arises between this Act or an agreement and any other law, the provision of this Act or agreement shall prevail over the other law to the extent of the inconsistency. And 2, if any inconsistency arises between the tax and the agreement, the provision of the agreement shall prevail to the extent of the inconsistency. And 3, in this section, agreement means a treaty, convention, or any other international agreement that makes provisions for the exchange of information with respect to tax matters between a foreign state and Dominica. Madam Speaker, it is expected that once this legislation is passed, the OECD Secretariat will give the consent to Dominica to sign on to the MAAC. Government will continue to work with the international organizations such as the European Union and the OECD. I would encourage members of this Parliament to be supportive of the various measures that will be brought to Parliament as we respond to the requirement of the international community. Madam Speaker, with this presentation, I commend the Tax Information Exchange Amendment Bill to the House for its approval. Thank you.
The bill is now before the House for debate.
Madam Speaker, since I don't see a stampede to speak on this particular bill, I would rise to say just a few words. I think as is, should be clear from the presentation just made by the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, the amendment is really an amendment that has to be made. It's an amendment that is necessary to bring Dominica into compliance with international obligations. We may have our own personal views about whether or not we ought necessarily to be ourselves caught by this, but it's a requirement that is introduced by the relevant international body. And so the necessary amendment has been made to allow us to comply with the obligations that are imposed on various jurisdictions, and will have the benefit of enabling Dominica to be in good stead internationally and not find ourselves out in the cold, so to speak. So, Madam Speaker, I have no difficulty rising to support this amendment. It is quite clear in its terms, and it will have little bearing on the day-to-day life of those who reside within our shores. By passing it, by not passing it, it will have a substantial or likely have a substantial adverse impact on all of us in this jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I lend my full support to this amendment.
Madam Speaker, just on this side, we just want to also give support to the bill as well. International. I think we believe in meeting international standards across the board is critical in terms of finances. We hear what is happening in terms of money laundering, transparency around the world, in terms even our financial institutions here. So on this side, we see it as being important, falling in line with necessary around the laws around the world, being compliant and being supportive. And that's why we on this side endorse and give support to this bill. Thank you.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Parliament for its support of this bill. It's something, Madam Speaker, which is of national importance, and like we said, we don't necessarily agree, but the risk we run is of being blacklisted. And in this critical period in which we are, Madam Speaker, in rebuilding our country, we really cannot afford these distractions at this particular point in time. So you have gone ahead, we have amended the legislation, and now it's up to the international organizations, the OECD, to do what they have to do to put Dominica in good stead. We can continue our development process. So, Madam Speaker, I really, really want to thank the House for its support. And we hope that's the last that we're asking of us, that we won't have to go through this process all over again. But for the time being, Madam Speaker, we're satisfied that we're doing what they ask us to do, and we're hoping that they will reciprocate and do what they have to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled the Tax Information Exchange Act of 2018 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
Tax Information Exchange Amendment Act 2018.
The bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. Report that the bill shortly entitled the Tax Information Exchange Act of 2018 passed the committee stage without amendment. The question is that the report of the bill from the committee be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled Tax Information Exchange Amendment Act 2018 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled the Tax Information Exchange Act of 2018 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a third time.
Tax Information Amendment Act 2018.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Madam Speaker, before we move for the adjournment of the House, I recognize that we're just about 13 days away from Christmas, and it's not likely that we'll meet again in this Parliament before that time. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the government, I wish to take this opportunity to wish every member of Parliament good tidings for the Christmas season. To all Dominicans, Madam Speaker, it has been a challenging year, but it's something that we believe in the circumstances would have been expected. But I need to say, Madam Speaker, that this government has gone out of the way to cushion the impact of Hurricane Maria on the lives of the people of Dominica. We have kept our social programs intact, so the more vulnerable in society have not been hit too hard, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are a number of development projects that are on stream and will continue in the new year. And we're hoping that on the execution of those, we will continue to see an improvement in the lives and in the fortunes of the people of Dominica. And I pray that all of us in this Parliament would do some sober reflections during the Christmas season. It's just not about eating and drinking and fetting. And to recommit ourselves, Madam Speaker, to national development. We may not go to the same church, we may not drink from the same rum shops, Madam Speaker, but at the end of the day, we all in this Parliament have a duty and a responsibility to the people of Dominica, whether elected or nominated, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to you, I want to wish you a special Christmas. I think throughout the year, you have done an excellent job in keeping the Parliament on track, Madam Speaker. Your rulings will not, and don't expect, Madam Speaker, that anybody will always get 100% support and cooperation from inside here or outside there, Madam Speaker. But we're convinced that you've done a pretty decent job and you have kept the Parliament intact and in train. Your staff, Madam Speaker, has been exceptional. The clerk, the stenographers, the police officers, the media, Madam Speaker, for the coverage. To the public officers, Madam Speaker, the permanent secretaries, yes, we have been demanding quite a lot from you. You have responded to the best of your ability. And notwithstanding the fact that members of the opposition believe that there is too much bureaucracy, and when they talk about bureaucracy, clearly they're not referring to the government, Madam Speaker. They're not referring to the cabinet. So it's all left to you to decide who they're talking about when they talk about the bureaucracy that stagnates and impedes on development. But we're satisfied, Madam Speaker, that our public officers in all the various ministries have really tried their best. It has been challenging for all of us, Madam Speaker. Hurricane Maria is a reality. Some of us do not want to believe that, but it did happen, and the effects are being felt even right now as we speak. And we will continue to feel the effects of Maria for some time to come in the future. What we can say, Madam Speaker, is based on the successes we have made, we are very hopeful that we'll end this journey successfully, whether it's 4 years, 5 years, Madam Speaker. We believe that the people of Dominica, they have had sufficient time to assess where we were and where we are now. I believe they have a very clear idea as to where we're heading, and they will decide, Madam Speaker, at the appropriate time whether they want to leave this government in the hands of those of us that are capable or those of us that just offer lip service to development of this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all in all, I really want to thank everybody, Madam Speaker, both at home and abroad, who have supported this country in its development efforts, Madam Speaker. I want to wish them all a very Merry Christmas, Madam Speaker, and a very hardworking and progressive 2019. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and may God continue to bless our country, bless our parliament, and to bless us all. Thank you very much.
I would like to say a few words myself. I would like to first of all thank the staff of the House of Assembly. I'm telling you, since I'm here, I've never had such a cooperative group working in the Parliament, and it makes life a lot easier for me. That's probably why I've been accused of smiling more. That's probably why. From the cleaners to the gardeners to the clerk of the house to the now acting clerk to everybody really pulls together very, very well, and I'm very happy about that. And I want to thank them publicly for the yeoman service that when they're called upon to perform, they do perform and everything gets going very well. I also need to thank the GIS people who are always on hand cooperating very well. Of course, DVS who carry our broadcast. The police officers who stand here, they stand around on guard of the Parliament, the sacred institution to which we have the honor to serve in. I must thank them very much. They do a very wonderful job, and when the odds get a little hotter, they are there protecting us from all that wants to come inside and ought not to be coming inside. I want to thank them for that. Our stenographers who stay alert through thick and thin, and in spite of all what's going on when I'm banging, I don't know what they write when I bang. They probably put bang, 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 bang. But they also, I want to thank them for the service that they perform. Everybody, in fact, you know, who, and of course we must not forget Mr. Labad, who sits there and who makes sure that everything gets sent out to the various media houses, and of course the gentleman in that little room there and the cameramen. Everybody, I want to thank you all for all that you did in spite of your own personal challenges, who rose to every occasion, and every meeting of the House went off very well. The members of Parliament too, I want to thank you. Most of you cooperate. I'm just hoping that I'm saying a special prayer this new year that every member cooperates and not just a few from one side and most from the other side. We need cooperation for things to work well, okay? So I want to thank the members of the House, everybody, even if some don't cooperate all the time, most do, most of the time. So we have to be happy with that. And I am happy with that. I'm just hoping for it to get better next year, God willing. And I want to thank the public out there who meet me. I could almost say accost me. When I go to the market, I can hardly move. Use this speaker, not true? And they give me their version of how they see things. I want to thank them too very much for their help and you know, making me feel that, you know, I'm not doing such a bad job. Of course, I want to thank the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister for giving me my, as the young people say, my big up. Very happy to hear that. Let us hope that, you know, the year ends on a good note. We start on a better note, and everybody is looking forward to Christmas. It will be a challenging one for us, but not as challenging as last year. A lot of us have been able to do a few little things in our homes. Some of us have been able to move into our homes. Some of us are still waiting to move in. Everything takes time. We have to remember that every living person suffered something. Everybody cannot get through it at the same time. Some get through before others. Well, that's the way of life, you know. Your turn will come. I'm begging people to be patient. Your turn will come. Let us just hope and pray that 2019 hurricane season pass as almost uneventfully as this. We have a lot to be thankful for. Let us thank the Lord and let us pray for better things to come. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I move that this House be adjourned sine die.
Seconded, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable House be adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This Honorable House stands adjourned sine die.